There we go. Good morning. Welcome to the February 22nd Miami Beach Planning Board meeting. And we are going to operate the meeting in a hybrid format as we have been doing so in the past few months and throughout the COVID experience. And with that, our trusty city attorney, Nick Kalergis, can I throw it to you to introduce it?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. Today's meeting of the Planning Board, as our chair has announced, will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raised hand icon in the Zoom app or dial *9. Next, I'll read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public, any members of staff who will be providing testimony today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Nick. And in the spirit of the conversation and the instructions that were provided by the city attorney, we're going to, as we engage with the public, we'll take everybody who's waiting online first, and then we will close that opportunity to speak to the public, and then take everyone in the auditorium here, so that way we're not losing folks and trying to manage who's coming to the podium here before us, and then who's waiting online to speak. Okay? So with that, we're going to open the meeting first and look at the approval of the minutes. We're going to, we want to defer this item until next week because we're having some issues with some software at the city. So if there's any objection to that, please let me know. But otherwise, by common consent, we'll defer that to next week, or next month. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And what would be that date?
March 22nd, I believe.
You're talking about approval of the minutes?
Yes.
Kareem, does this have to do with software because they want to make a presentation, or?
No, this has the city software internally in the
Okay.
staff's computers.
Okay.
So then we have our request for continuances and withdrawals. We have item Planning Board File 210453, 120 MacArthur Causeway. Is there anything that needs to be noted on this one?
Yes, the item is not being continued to a date certain. They will renotice it before it's ready to come back. They're still working out some concepts with their parking. So once that's ready to come back, we will renotice it, so there's no need to set a date for the continuance.
Okay, is there any opposition to continuing the item until a time when they will renotice and then come back?
I suppose not.
I'll move to continue it.
Okay, is there any disagreement with the continuance? All right, so by common unanimous consent, we'll move that item. The next one is Planning Board File 220484, Town Center Central Court TCC District Self-Storage Use. Rogelio, anything on this one?
The Land Use Committee recommended two options for this at last week's meeting. So in order for us to work out the two options that they recommended, we're requesting that it be continued to next month so that we can prepare what the Land Use Committee asked us to work on.
Okay, is there any objection to the continuance of this one? Okay, by unanimous consent, this will be continued to March 22nd. All right, so the first item that we'll take up today is Planning Board File 190270, and this is 1030 Collins Avenue, Fairwinds Hotel.
Okay, so this is a revocation modification hearing. It came to the board last month, but the applicant requested that it be continued to this month because it's a new operator and they're working on the hotel. They're supposed to be making improvements on the hotel, to the hotel, and they requested the ability to make a presentation. So I believe they're on and have a presentation that they would like to make to the board. To show their updates. So we have Tal Alan, if he can be brought up and his presentation loaded.
And this is one of the owners?
Yeah, one of the operators.
One of the
Yeah.
operators, okay.
And Mr. Alan, once you're online, I can swear you in.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give this morning is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's correct, yes.
Can we bring up the volume on him, by any chance? Okay.
Is that better?
Can you get a little bit closer to the mic? We're having trouble hearing you.
How's this now?
A little better, but still.
Let's try to go for it, and then if we can't, we're gonna have to ask you to relog into a different system, if your presentation is just unhearable.
Okay, I'll try to make
There you
it
go. There
you
as
go. Now we can
audible as possible.
We got you loud and clear, go
There we
ahead.
go.
And sorry, do you
Okay.
do you so swear?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll give you 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, my name is Tal Alone. I'm the general manager of the Fairwind Hotel. Thank you so much for your time to consider this item before you. I put together a small presentation for the board on the Fairwind to bullet point our vision for the property, and more specifically the restaurant space we have within the property. So just a brief history of our property. You know, the Fairwind Hotel story begins in 1936 when Lawrence Murray Dixon built the two of our historic buildings. A famed Art Deco architect designed spectacular hotels and homes throughout Miami Beach. As the keepers of his legacy, Fairwind Hotel preserves the opulence and fun of his bygone era. To give you a brief timeline of kind of what's changes in ownership at the property. So the previous owner was CG Fairwinds, which was owned by Joseph Chatreat. He bought the hotel in about October 2012. He renovated the whole property, and the renovations were completed in about May 2018, when he signed a lease with MLB Fairwinds in July 2018. MLB Fairwinds then hired Royal Stays Miami as the management company to oversee both the operations of the hotel and the food and beverage. In August 2021, the Fairwind was sold to Fairwind SB LLC, and in October 2021, MLBK LLC, asset managed by Dasman Residential, took over the day-to-day management of both the hotel and restaurant. If we can move to the branding slide.
So I think we probably lost.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, in October 2021, we changed the brand of our restaurant to be more in line with the vision that we had for our property. Our plans are to keep stepping up our standards in presentation, surrounding, and service to bring class and sophistication into the simple details that make a tremendous difference. Our very purpose is to try to create an experience and then to do everything in our planning and spontaneous efforts to turn that experience into an everlasting memory. The biggest difference between La Sombra and Sola is La Sombra was created to have more of a lounge feel, while Sola has more of a restaurant feel. We're doing with this by extending our food menu to include brunch, lunch, and dinner, and showcasing different cultures within our menu. So just to kind of expand on that a little bit, La Sombra's concept was very different from what Sola is today. La Sombra's concept was more of a dinner party concept with weekends including DJs in the garden, and only offered a very limited food menu while sourcing most of its revenue through the bar. Sola, as you will see, has a much more diverse menu and does not market itself as a party space. We offer great food, good service, and a relaxed environment. The reality is there are a million different party venues within South Beach. You can walk up and down Ocean Drive, and they have all pretty much offer the same type of thing: loud music and expensive food. We try to differentiate ourselves from that, and being only one block away from Ocean Drive, we have been able to offer our guests other great alternatives to the Ocean Drive type of, I guess, establishment. Next slide, please. So we made several different improvements in the last 4 to 5 months to vastly improve our productivity while being on the forefront of fashion and trend, with the intention to create intimacy, block street noise and pollution, and carry out the Miami vibe. We added bamboo planters along the entire street from front patios for improved privacy and experience for our diners. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of what the space looks like, you can move to the next slide as well, please. So these are pending improvements that we have coming up. So one of the things that we've been bidding out is a louvered roof system. So it's pending submittal and approval from the HPP board, but we are bidding it out, and we think it will be a great improvement to the property. This improvement alone will cost about $500,000. What makes it so important to us is that our restaurant is mostly outside. When it rains, it makes people eating and servicing them very, very difficult. The system has the look and feel of a pergola, but when it rains, there's a built-in sensor that automatically closes the louvers, blocking out any rain from coming into the covered area. Aside from practical improvements, it will make for our operations. I also think it will enhance the look and ambience of the whole restaurant area. We are hoping it can also control some of the noise coming out of the property. You go move to the next slide, please. So this is kind of how our current rooftop looks. Again, just to give you an idea of the property. So it's primarily used for a lounging area for our guests. We do have a small pool on the rooftop of the 1000 building, which offers very limited seating space. So we utilize our rooftop to offer additional seating space. Next slide, please. So our current plans are, right now we have 2 sides of the rooftop space. One side, they're both being utilized as seating space right now. So our plans are to make one side kind of a redesigning the space, creating a more intimate seating and lounging area for our guests, and on the other side, building in a outdoor gym. Next slide. So this is the programming that we offer on the property. Every night we offer what we call culture nights, featuring nights inspired by Latin America, Cuba, and Caribbean, and the Caribbean, just to name a few. Next slide. In our speakeasy, which is located in the basement of our property, we recently launched what we call Sola Sessions, which features local artists Thursday through Saturday. Live music is a bit different from what most venues offer in South Beach. It has allowed us to attract a more sophisticated crowd who typically may not enjoy a night out on 10th and Collins, but because of our programming, we've been able to draw them to the area. Next slide. So we're going to introduce our new menu. It's very, very different from what our previous menu was. Next slide, please. This is our current menu. As you can see, we've greatly expanded the menu from what was in place previously. We now offer our guests a dining option for breakfast, brunch, lunch, and dinner. Previously, the menu was mostly bar food. So we also run specials as part of our culture nights. Each night a different special in line with the culture we are promoting that night. Next slide. We also have partnership plans in place. Our director of of events and programming, has been in touch with the Miami Design Preservation League, as well as the Art Deco Museum, as well as the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce. Next slide. So just to conclude, in the last 5 months, a lot of positive changes have happened on property that has elevated the clientele with this new direction we've taken. We've invested a lot of money to raise the level of service we are offering and plan on investing a lot more as described in this presentation. To make our position clear, this license initially allowed for outdoor entertainment. This is not something we are seeking, nor would we want reinstated. When one says entertainment, at least in my mind, typically the next thing that would come into your head is loud. Entertainment is typically loud. So loud entertainment is not part of our business plan or the direction we are going in. What we are seeking is the right to continue indoor entertainment in our basement lounge. We have a beautiful space in our basement, and it would greatly impact the options we have to utilize that space. Unfortunately, over the past several years, South Beach has been spiraling downwards. We want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. The Miami Beach voters voted to roll back liquor sales in the entertainment district to 2 a.m. from 5 a.m. First of all, we are fully supportive of this necessary measure to bring back some decency back to the area. It is my understanding that the city has not started to enforce this rollback just yet, but we preemptively cut back our hours to 12 a.m. on weekdays and 2 a.m. on weekends, even before this was voted on by the voters. The type of customers drinking past 2 a.m. are simply not our target market. The problem with the previous operations were twofold, in my opinion. In my opinion, as I said, entertainment is going to be loud. Once the property was granted an outdoor entertainment license, they were getting noise violations after noise violations after noise violations. Once the outdoor entertainment aspect of the license was revoked, the violations came down significantly. I would like to make one correction, if possible, to something that was said in the previous meeting. If you read through the violations, they are not violations for having entertainment when entertainment was not allowed. They were noise violations. No entertainment was present on those dates. Simply the sound system was playing a playlist that was too loud. One of the violations noted entertainment on the rooftop, but the officer also notes that he was not granted access. I can't confirm whether he was denied. I don't think he was, but I can't confirm if he was not. But I can confirm that there was no entertainment on the roof at the time that the violation was issued at 4:30 p.m. on a Thursday, September 30th. Our rooftop pool is on the rooftop, and according to our CUP section 6.I, we are not allowed to have entertainment on the rooftop, but we are allowed to have speakers by the pool area playing ambient music. It's very possible that day, maybe the speakers were too loud, or less street noise, so the music carried a little bit longer, but there was definitely no entertainment. All this brings me to the second problem, and really the main problem: noise in general coming from our speaker system. In the past, managers had access to the volume of the sound system, so they may turn it on and off at opening and closing. But this also allowed them to adjust the volume. What we have done since is our managers are still able to raise and lower the volume, but we reduce the output on all our amplifiers so that the maximum they can raise the volume to is slightly above ambient, assuring us with success that no more violations will be issued, as is seen in the last 5 months. The planters we put in, I believe, also helps buffer the noise. In addition, we changed the speakers towards the front of the building to smaller speakers with less ampage. All that, coupled with the general change in concept, direction, and management, has put us in a much better position to be a good neighbor to all of our neighborhoods and comply with the CUP allowing only indoor entertainment. I want to thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions or concerns the board may have.
Thank you, Tal. Thank you, Tal. Appreciate both the physical explanation of the change of the property as well as your conclusion or concluding remarks about the operational changes that you intend to make. Do we have anyone from the public wanting to speak on the item online?
And while we wait for the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? Okay.
I visited the site, but I didn't speak. I spoke to some security guard.
Okay. Anyone else? Is there anyone online?
We have one person, it just says call-in user 2 with the hand raised.
Hello, hi. I was interested in making a public comment for one of the continued items. Is that possible?
Not at
I had
this.
raised my hand but was not recognized. No, but I had raised my hand and was not recognized.
We'll-
We can give you a minute at now for the record.
Okay, thank you. Okay. My name's Matthew Goltanoff, for the record. And the item I wanted to discuss was the Terminal Island office project. Reading the letter of intent, it appears that they're looking to modify their CUP to have a substantial increase in parking, nearly 50% over 100 parking spots. I just want to put on the record that I oppose that, and that that would be bad public policy for the city to allow this previously approved project to substantially increase the amount of car parking, as it will result in an increase in demand, or rather induced demand of traffic in the area. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone on the item before us, the Fairwind Hotel?
That's all we have online.
Okay.
That's all we have online.
All right, we'll close the opportunity for the public to speak online. Is there anyone in the auditorium that wants to speak on this item? Seeing none, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak in the auditorium. Board members, is Mr. Tallis still there, right?
Mr. Tal is
Yes,
still
I'm
on.
here.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Tal?
Oh, hi there, Mr. Tao. The basement venue, because I visited the property and spoke to actually 2 employees, and I asked them, was there any venues indoors? And they both said no. So is this a brand-new basement venue that hasn't existed before?
No, it's always been in existence. I'll be honest with you, in the restaurant industry, there's a lot of turnover. So I'm not sure exactly who you spoke to, but it's possible that they just weren't aware, or, again, we only open it Thursday through Saturday. So again, just depending on when they started, when they work, but it's been in existence from the beginning. We just haven't really utilized it as much. We utilized it for private events, but as of recently, we started utilizing it for live music Thursday through Saturday, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
What's the occupancy?
But I'm happy to tour it to you.
Do you know what's the
I
occupancy
believe the legal-
of the basement venue?
Off the top of my head, I don't have an exact number, but I believe it is about 60 people withstanding. I believe it's 36 seated.
Are you going to put the Thursday through, did you say Saturday hours in your request for a cup, for conditional use?
So they already have a
but
conditional
my-
use. This is a revocation modification hearing that the city scheduled, the planning board scheduled. So that's something that if the planning board wished to consider incorporating into the order, that's something that could be done.
Okay.
They haven't made any request for modifications. This application is as a request from the planning board.
Oh, okay, so maybe you could explain like what they have and
So,
what's
yes.
possible? I'm sorry, thank you.
Okay, not a problem. Yeah, they have a conditional use permit that was issued in 2019. Sorry, it was issued prior to that. In 2019, the planning board modified the order due to issues with violations, and the planning board took away their ability to have outdoor entertainment back in 2019. The planning board left the indoor entertainment component of the project. So last year, there were some violations issued by code enforcement, so the planning department sent them a cure letter so that they would come to the planning board for a progress report, and that happened in October of last year.
Because they were disobeying the outdoor entertainment?
Yes, there
Right,
was
the prior ownership.
the prior,
That's
yeah,
prior ownership.
yeah. So then we scheduled a progress report. At that moment, I think is when they were transitioning the operator, and nobody appeared for the progress report at the planning board. It was in November, I believe. So then the planning board decided to schedule a revocation modification hearing, which is what we have before us. And at the revocation modification hearing, the planning board has the ability to modify the conditions, revoke the CUP, do whatever enforcement necessary, whatever enforcement mechanisms the planning board deems necessary in order to ensure compliance. So our recommendation right now is just that that you discuss the progress, the revocation modification hearing and continue it one more month to make sure that we don't have any issues with this current operator. But it is within the purview of the board to impose additional conditions if the board sees it necessary.
So what are they allowed to do right now? They're allowed to have indoor entertainment
Right. Mm-hmm. Indoor entertainment,
Only in the basement, or does not specify?
it doesn't specify if it's in the basement or
Because I
not.
think we should specify that, because there are two little rooms on the first floor that
So, let
don't
me see.
have double doors, or,
Wait,
I'm sorry,
6E says that they have indoor entertainment at the basement venue.
Yep.
They operate Monday, so they currently have that.
yes, I apologize. Yes, so it has, and then 6A says it a little more specifically. The CUP shall have the following maximum occupant content, including within the interior and exterior portion located on private property, the courtyard, outdoor bar area, restaurant, and basement less than 300 persons or any lesser such occupant determined by the fire marshal. So they do have a limit on occupancy of the site. And then currently E does state that the basement venue may operate Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Monday to Sunday.
And Rogelio, there's been no violation since the new ownership took over, correct?
That's correct.
So
And-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it says B, the courtyard may be remain open with outdoor entertainment until 5 a.m.? That's allowed now?
Sorry, what condition is that?
6B?
6B. No, so that was stricken back in 2019.
Oh, okay, wait, I'm on the wrong page.
Tal,
Yeah.
while she's looking at that, let me ask you a question. So if I heard you correctly in your comments, your issue, or one of the things you want us to consider today, is whether or not you can still have the indoor entertainment in the basement venue. Is that correct?
Yeah, so right now, as it is right now, we are allowed to have indoor entertainment. We're just not allowed to have outdoor entertainment. And again, I would like to clarify just one point, right, is in the previous violations, it wasn't an entertainment violation. It was a noise violation, which are, us complying with the noise ordinance is in our CUP, right? But that, any establishment would have to comply with the noise ordinance. So the violations are not that the property had entertainment when we were not allowed to have entertainment.
Right.
They're strictly, they're specifically noise violations. So just to clarify, there was no entertainment when we were not allowed to have entertainment outdoors. They were just, the music was too loud, and that can be done with, just with our speaker system, which again, as I described, has been, we put certain things in place to fix that specific issue, and as I think as proven through the last 5 months, we haven't received any violations for it. So apparently they're working. But just to clear, it wasn't that the board told us or told the property that we shouldn't have outdoor entertainment, and then we went ahead around the board and and put outdoor entertainment. That's not the case, and that's not what the violations say.
Understood. And Tal, just for me, and I listened to your presentation, but maybe not carefully enough for some reason. When did you start operating under the new physical property that you showed us today? Is that to come? Is that currently operating that way in that design?
So the restrictions, right? So the restrictions that we put in place for the noise, that's been operating for the last 5 months or so. And again, they're relatively simple things. And even, just to give you a little bit more of I guess, background on this, is that originally in our CUP, one of our conditions is that the city had to come out and, test our system, tell us, at what level, our system needs to be, verify that system is, in place, which they did. But the problem really stems down to is this noise ordinance is that it's not clearly defined, right? So it's, there's excessive noise prior to 11 p.m. and then after 11 p.m. is 100 feet. The problem is with previously, again, is that each code enforcement officer can say what excessive is, based off of their own thinking. So it's not a decibel level like a lot of other cities have. So my point being is that, we went beyond what the city even approved in terms of the output of our ampage in our sound system. The city told us, let's just say 100, right? Just to throw out a number. And we said, what, we don't want any more noise violations. We're going to bring it down to 60. just because, again, it's very hard to enforce when we don't have a specific decibel level and each code compliance officer is interpreting it excessive at a different level. But all of that is, to answer your question, all of that is in place. It has been in place for the last several months.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I just wanted, I know we were contemplating maybe, continuing or something like that, but I personally don't see the need to continue something that they've been operating for 5 months. So this is my opinion, but that's why I was asking Tal how long they've been operating. I mean, extending it for one more month just doesn't make sense to me, but.
I'm still confused about, there's a lot of pages here. The only thing that we're opining on is if they should be allowed entertainment in the basement.
No,
No.
you can opine on, this is
Revoking
a
their
modification, revocation hearing. So if
Okay.
there's something in here that you want to change, you can put that up as well. So it can be hours, it can be whatever the case may be.
Okay, so,
This is already approved, so this is if you want to, this is now your role as an enforcement body.
so I guess I wanted to ask again, what is approved? Rooftop has to close at 8 o'clock. Because I thought I heard the gentleman say something about, I know there's ambient speakers on the roof, that's fine. I thought he said something about the rooftop being activated beyond 8 o'clock.
No, it's currently on 6F, they will go from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
8 p.m. is
Currently.
fine. No entertainment on the roof. And no
Wait,
entertainment.
Are you saying you don't want entertainment on the roof?
There should be no entertainment on the roof. There should be no entertainment
We
anywhere on
already
the
don't
property.
have entertainment on the roof.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So
We already don't have entertainment on the
One
roof.
second, Tal, 1 second. The distinctions that he's talking about is they currently do not have entertainment at the roof.
Okay.
They have operations at the rooftop,
Okay.
just no entertainment.
Okay, that's fine.
They have no outdoor entertainment at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so no outdoor entertainment. And I think the cup should say no entertainment anywhere except the basement, because the first floor does have a few rooms that spill out into the sidewalk, and it wouldn't be appropriate. There's no double doors. I don't think there should be any entertainment on the first floor. Also, I think it should only be entertainment and alcohol on the property until 2 a.m., not beyond that. 6 out of 7 commissioners at the last commission meeting voted for 2 a.m. in the MXE, so I think we should follow their lead.
But I think the gentleman specified that he's already doing that voluntarily.
Yes, we close.
Okay,
yeah,
but
we
I want
close
that
at
in the,
2 a.m.
in
on
the
weekends.
cup. I want that in the cup, written out, not that he just says, oh, my hours are this. I want it, in the rules.
Once the commission formally adopts the 2 a.m. rollback in the MXC, wouldn't that, yes, kind of supersede this?
It
I don't think we really have to
would.
modify.
It would. If I can just weigh in, just generally, when the planning board sits in its enforcement capacity on a modification or revocation hearing, your decisions are like any other decisions in approving an application, which is to say that they must be supported by competent substantial evidence, and that the board is required to follow and observe the conditional use criteria in the order. So I think that if the board is considering potentially making modifications to this order, we want to make sure that the board's decision is supported by competent substantial evidence. I only raise that because the testimony from staff has been that there have been no violations at all.
I don't think the board is considering that. I mean,
Okay.
there may be one member, but I think maybe you should let everyone else speak first before you, because I mean, to me, they've been operating 5 months with no violations. No one from the public cared to come onto the Zoom or in person to oppose what they're doing. They're new management. They have nothing to do with the prior violations. And, my view is that there's no reason to do anything.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
I
the
would-
investment. They're doing a good job.
If I may, I would agree with that, and I understand where Gail's coming from, because the concern of what if, all of a sudden they go from being what seems to be exemplary operators to we don't give a hoot anymore, and so all the new guidelines that the new ownership or new management companies put in go out the window. But given that, for the reasons you stated, nobody's here and they haven't incurred any further violations, and they're going further by investing a good amount of money and partnering with some of the leading operators in the neighborhood, Miami Design Preservation League, et cetera. I think there is a good case to be made to letting them proceed. And you know, as Tal said, there's a difference between a noise violation and an entertainment violation. So it's more about the lack of control of noise, but that seems to have been addressed. So I would suggest that we let them proceed as they are, and if problems arise, then we address them with, you know, additional violations and bringing them back if all of a sudden the wheels come off the bus.
Wait, so I have a question. So you're okay with 5 a.m. alcohols being served outdoors to 200 people? Is that what this is about also?
That's not at all what this is about. This is, first of all, that's going to be addressed by the commission. So I don't want to preempt the commission's decisions about how they're going to address existing operators.
Because it could be like grandfathered in. That could be the final decision.
But the commission is wrestling through that right now. So I personally wouldn't want to preempt that decision. I think it's a very thorny issue, as anybody who's listened to the discussions at the commission meetings or has done any of the reading about it understands that it's a super thorny issue. And in this case, they do have the right to do that, but they're not utilizing the right to do that. I would be quite shocked if after today they all of a sudden do, you know, a 180-degree turn and start doing Girls Gone Wild at 4:30 in the morning on their outdoor territories. So I'm not particularly worried about that, and because it is a citywide discussion and enormously complicated, I personally don't have any interest in opining on that at this time for this operator. It might be a different situation if we had somebody who was intransigent and really couldn't care less about what the greater good of the neighborhood or the community was. That would be a different discussion. But in the case where somebody's doing everything that we could possibly be asking of them, I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're not utilizing the full extent of what their license permits anyway, and I would be stunned if they all of a sudden started to do that. So, like I said, if in 3 months things go crazy, then we have another conversation. More violations are issued. We, see where we are now. But I don't want to punish them for something they're not doing.
Correct.
Great.
Can I add something for?
Sure.
If possible. Just one of the reasons, right, that we decided as an ownership not to extend our alcohol sales, because that's what's being discussed right now, is if you look at the layout of our courtyard, and especially if you've been there, you'd realize that our courtyard is smack in the middle of our hotel. So part of the reason, A, we wanted to be good neighbors, and B, we didn't want that type of clientele after 2 a.m. It also is not it's not good for our hotel, right? Our hotel is really 80% of the business there. 20% is maybe the restaurant, but to have people drinking in the middle of the hotel after 2 a.m. and even after 12 a.m. on weekdays just is very bad for a hotel. So that's just to give you all an idea of how we came to that conclusion and why we did what we did. Is also not just for the community but also for ourselves, right? We didn't want that in the middle of our hotel. So I hope that maybe helps a little bit of. And again, to us, it really, one way or the other, I think the city at some point is going to enforce this 2 a.m. thing, restriction. So one way or the other doesn't really make a difference to us. And secondly, we don't want it one way or the other.
Oh, I totally agree with you, Mr. Alone. I was there last night. The music was loud outside, but probably not loud enough to get a violation. But I noticed at least 100 hotel rooms surround the courtyard. And I can't imagine these people having to listen to people drinking and listening to music until 5 a.m. When I first came here in 1992, I stayed at the Clevelander based on pictures that I saw. I had no idea that there were going to be 500 people outside screaming and throwing up, outside my window. And of course, I stayed there 2 nights and I left, but it really ruined my whole vacation. So if you're saying that that it shouldn't be loud and have people outside next to these apartments, then that's why I'm going to vote for, I'm not going to vote for 5 a.m., I'm going to vote for 2 a.m. alcohol limit, and that's my reason. Thank you.
Can I make a motion? Do you mind, anyone else have Nick, do you want to add anything?
No.
Okay, I would move to not revoke or modify and not continue it.
Second.
All right, it's been moved to keep the CUP as same. We will not bring them back in for a continuance on this item. It's been moved by Mr. Elias and seconded by, who was the second?
I'll second it.
Sim-
Oh, you did?
Cement.
Okay.
You want to do the roll call, Rogelio?
Okay, so the motion made by Mr. Elias and
Mr. Cement.
second by Mr. Cement, to not revoke and not continue the item. So I'll do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right. Mr. Tal, you've heard a lot of the discussion. It seems like you have the operation in a better position than it used to be. And so we look forward to hearing nothing but good things in the community about how the hotel and the operations surrounding the hotel continue to operate in favor of the community and the operators themselves. So with that, Godspeed to you. Good luck. And hopefully we won't have to see you back here.
Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take up Planning Board File 210452, which is a previously continued item, 1826 Collins Avenue.
Okay, so this is a request for a modification to a previously issued conditional use permit. That conditional use permit was for a robotic parking system in a commercial main-use parking garage, and for the garage to operate after midnight with an accessory use 240-seat restaurant. At this point, the request is for indoor entertainment as part of the restaurant. They're not requesting any other changes to their operations. By way of background, the conditional use permit was originally issued back in 2009. So then the request was made to the planning board at the October 26th meeting. The item was continued at the request of the applicant to November. November, it was continued to December. December, we didn't have a quorum, so it came back in January, and the applicant again requested a continuance. So here we are today. So that you're aware, we received last week some concerns regarding police activity on the site and some violations. So we have on the line with us Assistant Chief Acosta from the Police Department and Code Enforcement Officer Kenneth Varela, if you have any questions. We also have our sound consultant Jesse Enard on the line, if you have any questions regarding the sound study. So this building is a 4-story building on the eastern side of Collins Avenue. The restaurant on the ground floor, they performed a sound study. Our sound consultant reviewed it and had some concerns due to proximity to residential buildings. So we incorporated conditions in the draft order to address those sound conditions regarding limiting the acoustical output of the system, requiring password protection, requiring that only the house sound system be used, allowing only the manager on duty to have access to the volume controls, requiring that the sound not be audible from the western and southern property lines of the property, requiring the applicant to install a sound level monitoring system to continuously monitor the sound and ensure compliance with the requirements of the CUP, and then requiring a field visit with planning staff in order to ensure that the system operates correctly before they get their business tax receipt. And then also requiring a progress report before the planning board 60 days after they get their business tax receipt. The building has a robotic parking system. That system is not functioning, so we have incorporated conditions that require that parking be provided before they can begin operations. So it doesn't need to be provided on site, but they will have to provide the parking somewhere as allowed by code, which is, I believe, 1,200 feet. And I think the applicant's making a request for a modification to that that we reviewed. The location of the site is in proximity to several restaurants, so the use is compatible with what's allowed in the area. We do recommend that these conditions regarding sound be incorporated if the board is to approve the entertainment. And so with that, staff recommends that the application be approved subject to those conditions in the draft order. And if you have any questions of us or of police department, code enforcement, or a sound consultant, we're available.
Yeah, Rogelio, just a quick question. I had mentioned this last time. If it's not too much of a pain for you all to put the name of the venue in the subject line, so what's the name of the venue? The restaurant?
M-A-E-M-E.
It's called M.A.?
M.E.?
That's the name of the restaurant? Okay.
Oh, I have one question. In the documents, it kept referring to the restaurant as an accessory restaurant. What is accessory to what? I don't
The
understand.
main use in this site is the garage, so the restaurant is an accessory to the garage. The majority of the FAR of this building is dedicated to the garage. Not FAR, because it's a main use garage, but the majority of the square footage of the building is dedicated to the garage. The restaurant and the accessory uses cannot exceed 25% of the gross floor area, so the restaurant is considered, just technical purposes, accessory to the garage.
But otherwise, you're not allowed to have a standalone restaurant in this zone?
No, you can. It's just that they are permitted as what's called a main use garage.
But why do you think
It's,
that happened? Is it something?
It's a way of, the city adopted that rule probably 20, 30 years ago in a way to encourage developers to build garages to provide public parking. So it's basically a use where the primary focus of the structure is the garage, but we didn't want just to create a dead space, so they're allowed to have 25% of the floor area to accessory uses. So that could be accessory restaurant, accessory retail, accessory
Offices?
residential, offices,
Okay.
whatever the case may be. But in this case, it's accessory to the garage.
I understand.
They could have
Okay.
permitted the building as a commercial building, and in that case, the parking would have been the accessory use. And then the main use would have been whatever else was being proposed.
Good morning, Chair, honorable board members. My name is Adrienne Noto with Greenspoon Martyr. Our office is at 600 Brickell Avenue. With me here today is James Rao, Miguel Mandiola, and Wendy Sanchez on behalf of the applicant, and our sound consultant, Sam Schroyer. MB Entertainment Group is the tenant of the accessory restaurant space.
One second, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Adrian. We'll give you 10 minutes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you, I appreciate it. They are the tenant of the fully licensed and permitted 200-seat restaurant space, which is located within the building at 1826 Collins Avenue. We're not here today seeking any increase to the already licensed venue seating, square footage, or occupancy. Everything is remaining the same as what's currently licensed. As Rogelio explained, there's a conditional use permit that currently governs the property for the mechanical parking garage. As part of it, the accessory use restaurant, which we're here on today, is part of that conditional use permit. We're here today seeking a modification to the conditional use permit to permit indoor entertainment only at the restaurant space. The space here is comprised of 4 areas. The first floor is a reception area, which we are not seeking entertainment in that first floor area. The second floor is the restaurant dining area, which we're also not seeking entertainment in that particular portion of the venue. The third floor is a lounge area, and there's a 4th floor mezzanine. And those 2 areas are the areas that we're seeking the indoor entertainment. Just as a note, the occupancy for those 2 specific areas, the 3rd floor and the 4th floor mezzanine, are 120 patrons. So if it wasn't for the conditional use permit for the mechanical parking garage, that occupancy on its own for this venue does not constitute the threshold to require a CUP for entertainment. Just as an operational overview, the venue is reservation only, so that does alleviate some concerns, potential concerns of crowding or queuing, like a general admission venue. It's reservations only. The applicant does employ security during all hours of our operation. They are stationed on the 1st floor as well as throughout the venue. And as well, the applicant has recently reached out to, this is actually the 2nd time, but they've gotten some way with the police department to hire off-duty police officers for the nights that they have entertainment. Miguel has met with the police chief, and that is in progress, subject to police availability for the off-duty officers. The venue does also offer valet. As Rogelio explained, we met with the planning department and the transportation department with regards to the conditions as drafted in the CUP for the parking. And we did come up with some modified language for 2 of the conditions, and there are 2 conditions that are requested to be added by the Transportation Department, which the applicant's in agreement with and the planning staff is in agreement with the conditions as drafted. And we have those drafted so you guys can read them. Jim will pass them out for you. Since the application was before the board last month, the applicant's sound consultant, who's with us here today, Sam Schroyer, he went back out to the venue to retest the sound system and to adjust the sound system to ensure that it meets all the requirements of the draft conditions as drafted by staff, to address any concerns and to ensure there's no disturbances to the neighboring properties. All entertainment at the venue, whether it be a DJ or a live performer, will be required to hook up to the house sound system. The house sound system does have preset levels, which were tested by our sound consultant at the last visit. Furthermore, as required by the conditional use permit, the planning staff is required to go out before a certificate of use can be obtained in order to do a field test with the applicant to ensure that all the conditions are being met and there's no disturbances to the neighbors, which the applicant is in complete agreement with. They've also recommended very specific conditions, as Rogelio detailed, with regards to sound in addition to the field testing, which, again, the applicant's in agreement with. Our sound consultant is here today. We did submit an updated report to the planning staff to be circulated, and I will ask Sam after our presentation just to give a very brief synopsis of what occurred at the recent site visit for you guys. One other thing to mention, there is 2 conditions in the order that do reference the word outdoor entertainment. We're not seeking outdoor, so we just want to make sure that that's stricken in 10C and 10G. And the planning staff has recommended approval of this application. The applicant is in agreement with all of the conditions as drafted, subject to the modifications to the parking conditions that are detailed in the handout. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and we'd like to reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Do we have anybody from the public wanting to speak on the item online?
And while we wait for the public, do any board members have any disclosures on this application?
I visited the site and I talked to a security guard.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Anyone online?
We have no hands raised online.
So, we'll close the opportunity for the public to speak online. Is there anyone in the auditorium wanting to speak on this particular item? Yes. Come approach the podium, please. And just state your name for the record.
I'm a resident.
Just wait till you get there.
Sorry. Good morning. I'm Sandra Lee Callow, 1800 Collins Avenue. I'm a resident who lives directly on the same line as the building where the structure is. That is glass. It has been a nightmare to live next to this. It operates as a nightclub. It does not operate as a restaurant. It goes from 12 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday, Fridays, and Saturdays, and even last Monday. Our quality of life has been severed, not only for myself, but I speak on behalf of my other neighbors. There's a lot of elderly people in this building who are suffering the consequences of this, and we consistently call code compliance, and there's also been situations of violence in the area as well. So I think that the information is misleading. You can see all how they operate on their social media. We've shared that with you. And we would very much like for the planning board to be in defense of the neighbors and the hotels are in the area, because this is an attempt to move all the Ocean Drive entertainment area to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Could you state your address one more time?
1800 Collins Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Anybody else in the audience? Yes, sir. One second, and then we'll take you. Come on.
Peter Sabo, the whole city should be treated equally. Every resident south of 5th, north of 5th, everywhere. These people who are surrounding this proposal are already victimized, and the recourse is not visible in my eyes. They have a 5 a.m. liquor license, and they're running as a restaurant or a nightclub? What kind of license do they have? Is there an answer to that? Restaurant. So is there a restaurant that you can imagine under normal human conditions that is open until 5 a.m. with a liquor license? It doesn't make sense. You've been set up in a situation which is not able to be solved. You cannot have a 5 a.m. restaurant open with entertainment indoors or outdoors. If you have this same proposal south of 5th, the planning board would reject it, wouldn't even come before you. So you're treating one group of residents south of 5th one way and people north of 5th in another way. This is what I call discrimination. Everybody deserves the same thing. This is a club. If this is a nightclub, you should have a code, a building code, built into the city code that will require certain conditions built to be able to function as a nightclub, indoors only, of course, not outdoors, anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Hello, my name is Mark Gardner. I operate the James Manor at 1849 James. It's about 60 feet from the parking garage. I've been running it for about 12 years. We sell an ambience. We sell tranquility. We sell quiet. The guests that I have, longstanding guests for many years, enjoy their peace and their solitude, which is being destroyed by this parking garage. It's not necessarily the music that they hear. It's the three-wheeled Batman bikes that pull out at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's the motorcycles, it's the cars, it's the people screaming outside and yelling outside. It's just changed the entire ambience of the area, which we're trying not to do. We'd like to keep it like it is after all these years. Thank you.
So before you leave, I just have a question. So your main issue is not so much the operation of the venue that we're talking about today, but more so just the noise from vehicular traffic entering and exiting the garage.
And people screaming outside on the sidewalk. You know what happens outside clubs, people are waiting to get in. Just the whole ambience is not like it used to be and can only get worse if it's allowed to open until 5 o'clock in the morning like that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wanting to speak on the item?
Good morning.
Board members. My name is Lloyd Mandel. I operate the Dorchester Hotel that is directly to the to the north of this building. This is a very major event for our neighborhood. I would hope you'll take it very seriously. It affects the lives of many people in the area. And I for one, am here to support not just my own guests, but also the tenants of the apartments surrounding this building. They depend on a good night's sleep. They depend on a tranquil area, which is what it is up until now. And our hotel sells a good night's sleep. In 2009, the city considered a conditional use application for this construction and for the restaurant. As a result of the city's review on that date of the surrounding areas, the body imposed a condition prohibiting entertainment anywhere inside or outside of the building. This condition allowed the applicant to proceed with a building and restaurant that was sympathetic to the existing neighbors and their need to provide a peaceful place for residents and visitors to get a good night's sleep. The surrounding neighbors have made significant investment in their lives and with the assumption of reliance upon this condition. The building would not have been built as it was built with certain allowances except for the agreement of the developer to agree to not have entertainment in the location. I was here at that time, and they agreed to it voluntarily. Now, the applicant is seeking to get rid of the entertainment prohibition. They want to reverse this board's previous findings that entertainment was not suitable for this location because it adversely impacts the surrounding neighborhood. But nothing has changed since this body imposed this condition. And in fact, your staff has provided to you a report that said on page 7 of the report that you have, that given the proximity of this property to residential use in the area has the potential to negatively impact the residents. It's already done that. They are demonstrating that they are negatively already impacting the neighborhood. I need not elaborate to you the problems created when you have entertainment contiguous to residential uses. Police calls and code enforcement have not been coming to the Dorchester Hotel, have not been coming to the Tower 1800 condominium, have not been coming to the buildings in the area. I think my time is up. May I get a few?
We'll give you 1 minute if you can.
Okay, very good. This is not just about the noise coming from the inside of the building. The discussion about soundproofing this building is not the issue. The issue is the change of the neighborhood into an entertainment district. You would be allowing, if you approve this, you would be allowing an entertainment district to move from what exists now on Ocean Drive to our residential area. The entertainment was not compatible for the neighbors in 2009, and it will not be compatible now. I ask the esteemed members of this board to not ignore the rights of hundreds of residents in this area adjacent to the building, where the noise and the tumult and violence would be introduced by your decision in favor of allowing this particular tenant in the building to change the rules. Please do not change the rules. You'll be setting a precedent forever where this building with different operators, and there have been multiple operators in this building over the last few years, there will be other operators, and whether this operator is responsible or not doesn't mean that the rest will be. You will be setting the wrong precedent for this neighborhood. Please consider the neighborhood. Please consider the residents that are here. There's hundreds of people that live surrounding this building. They're entitled not to have this change, which is already documented, is already law, it is already the rule of the city of Miami Beach. Don't change it.
Thank you, Mr. Mendel.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the auditorium, please?
Hello, Planning Board. Tom Baranecki on behalf of 245 18th Street and Tower 1800 condominium. I sent a few emails last week to the board. Were there any board members that did not receive them from Tower 1800 condominium with petitions, police reports, etc.? Everybody received them. Okay. Mr. Mandel made a great speech. It's the truth. The lawyers did their job. They gave you documentation. The documentation that they give you and the actual existence of what goes on are two different items. There is no restaurant being operated at the property. On a legal aspect, as I heard earlier, the BTR isn't even in place yet. So we're here to vote to add live entertainment, which has been documented. The police officer and code compliance officer I will ask to speak on how many calls, reports, and dangerous situations have been brought to the neighborhood from this club. I'm not going to call it a restaurant. I'm going to call it what it is, a club. It's very easy. They already have an appointment with the special master due to violations. I will be going after their temporary BTR. The planning board is here to decide on live entertainment or not. With any integrity at all, this neighborhood and this specific project should not allow live entertainment to be changed when the paperwork, the owners, the neighborhood were involved with the building of a robotic parking garage, which maybe should be operational before we start worrying about club life. Ocean Drive, Washington Avenue, Lincoln Road, these are where the clubs belong. The motorcycles, the loud cars, my owners, my tenants not sleeping, it's unacceptable. We have integrity in Miami Beach. I ask that you use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bariaki. Anybody? Baranaki, I'm sorry. Anybody else here to speak on the item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Can we hear from is it Police Department and Code Enforcement?
We have Assistant Chief Acosta, and he's on, if you'd like to speak.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and our general public. My name is Paul Acosta. I'm the Assistant Chief of Police here at the Police Department. On this Zoom call, I apologize for not being able to be there in person, but on the Zoom call should also be Major Henry Dose, who leads the operational patrol component of the Police Department. I have some concerns about what's being presented today, and I'll speak on that on behalf of the PD. We're of the understanding that this is a modification or a request for a modification to the CUP for an existing restaurant to allow indoor entertainment. When we decided, or when we did some research on the social media and things of that nature regarding this restaurant, EME Miami, we noticed that there's quite a bit of advertisement of a Latin nightlife experience. In fact, it advertises as an exclusive Latin nightlife experience opening Wednesday through Saturday, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., catering to private events and is displaying as a live performance venue. They have DJs, live musical performances. Our preliminary findings when we did some research is that they don't necessarily promote musical artists at the scene, but they do have themed nights, as an example, Celebrity Friday and Glass House Wednesday. If you look at the social media advertisement, it looks like it's a venue that is very similar to nightclubs here on Miami Beach. Back in January of this year, the 27th of this year, we had a report of a shooting within the walls of the restaurant, or venue, I should say. It turns out that it was an accidental discharge by someone carrying a firearm inside of the venue. Thank God it was nothing else to report. But since they've been in operation, I guess since 2009, we began recording calls for service since 2010. And the majority of the calls for service indicate to be code enforcement related, both code being called to the scene, police department being called to the scene, traffic and parking complaints. There was a suicide attempt. I don't know how close to that venue it was, but it does have that address attached to it. There's been several assaults and batteries at that location, several requests for crime scene to be deployed to that scene for investigation. And it appears we've had 274 calls for service since 2010. In the year 2021, we had 55 calls for service. And so far this year, we've had 18 calls for service. I know the young lady that began the presentation on behalf of the venue indicated that a person named Miguel met with the police chief to discuss the venue or off-duty related to the venue. That meeting did not occur. I'm not sure what she's referring to. We welcome any meeting to discuss any venue within the city, but we do have methods and protocols with the discussion and the hiring of off-duty. But a separate meeting with the police chief of this agency did not occur. We are concerned about a venue like this in this particular area. It reminds us of our concerns of the entertainment district and the type of the direction that the city is trying to go to, which is away from this type of venue. And judging by the history at this location, it does raise some concern for the police department overall. If Major Dose is on the call, I would turn it over to him. Perhaps from the patrol division side, it can elaborate a little bit more on the police response to this particular venue.
One second, Chief. Before you leave or turn it over, You mentioned that there was an accidental discharge of a weapon here on this particular site. Is that confirmed to be a patron, or was it security or anything? Do you have any further context on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was a patron of the venue. It was a confirmed accidental shooting. We did not get a great amount of cooperation from the patron itself, but we did confirm that it was not an incident involving a dispute between two people, but in fact an accidental discharge.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have Enrique Doce.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So thank you for inviting me in. I am the major in police operations. That's anything in uniform patrol. I am concerned about this restaurant trying to operate as a nightclub, which it seems to be operating as a nightclub. We have had numerous calls for service there. The most concerning was that shooting. When we arrived, we did not get cooperation from the individuals or from management there. There's not much cooperation. It seemed like they tried to say nothing had happened. We really had to dig into what was going on, and later found out that it was, in fact, a shooting, which they claimed to be accidental. There is a flyer for 2 subjects out from that incident that we still have not located, to the best of my knowledge. We do have multiple calls for service there multiple times during the evenings when it is open. Sometimes it's only code asking for help. So I would also encourage you to ask code for further on that. But it seems to appear that the restaurant is operating as a nightclub.
Is there anybody else, Aurelio?
We have, if you'd like, Kenneth Varela from Code Enforcement, if you would like him to speak as well, he's available.
Any questions here for the, I think it said sergeant, right?
Sorry, yes.
Why were the police invited? Who invited them to speak today?
Well, I think staff would have invited them.
We received emails from the residents last week, and we became aware of these issues. We were not previously aware of them, and so I reached out to the police department and code enforcement to participate in today's meeting.
And based on that, you don't want to reconsider your recommendation?
We published our recommendation, so, but obviously, based on this information, you have the ability to make whatever decision you would like.
All right, thank you.
So let's hear from code enforcement, I think, at this point.
Kenneth Varela, if you can be allowed to speak.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
So going back to last year, there's been a total of 54 calls for service for noise. Of those, 5 have been valid where we've issued violations. They start off as written warning and then proceed on to fines on a schedule, first, second, third, and fourth. The cases have been appealed to the special magistrate, which they are awaiting appeal hearings. In conjunction with those noise violations, we have also issued violations for conducting special events without permits, which would be issued when they're operating outside the scope of their business tax receipt, which in this case was a live entertainment venue when they're just licensed as a restaurant.
Okay, thank you very much. That's
all we have, yes.
Okay, all right. Did you have a question?
No, I have comments.
Go ahead, yeah.
I sympathize with the residents, and thank you for your endurance to come here. I think this is the 5th time you showed up. This used to happen to me when I sat in that seat that you're sitting in. I remember 7 times I came before, and I started off with like 10 people, and then it went down to 5, and then the 7th time it was only me. So I commend you for bringing your friends here to speak. Like I said, I did go there during the day, and I saw... I made a lot of notes, so I have a lot to say. I'm a hard no on the entertainment, and I'll tell you that right now. And I'll give you my reasons. The security guard told me, I asked him, what is this venue? And he said very proudly, this is a restaurant and nightclub. Well, a nightclub is a violation. I also looked at the 2009 CUP, and I was shocked to see that it was painstakingly, they made sure that the residents next door were not disturbed by noise from mechanical parking. I mean, and there was like line after line, all these rules. And lo and behold, my God, that's the last thing you should worry about. There's 3 floors of entertainment, and they're all a violation. Also, when I visited, I noticed that there were these 2 goalposts outside, you know, the kind where you put like a velvet rope across. That indicates that there's massive amounts of line outside. And then from your videos, I saw there were hundreds of people outside, smoking, waiting on line, really loud. The entranceway lobby is very small. Did you know that? It's only like 10 by 10. You can hardly fit anybody in there. And there's a staircase and a desk that take up most of the room. So I think all the queuing takes place outside, which is a big negative. Let's see here. I saw that the noise consultant's report was dated August with all his recommendations, yet you did not take any of his recommendations because there's so many violations since then. And the report even said that this is a glass building, and no matter what you do, there's going to be vibration and bass noise. This building was not built for entertainment and should never have entertainment. I looked at the social media, and it was even worse than what these residents sent me. The website, I think it was eme.com. Inside, it looks like club space, and that's not what Miami Beach is built for. We're not built for these large, wild venues in this kind of neighborhood. I also saw a strobe light outside. I think strobe lights might be considered a violation of entertainment too. Like outside, a strobe light, like flashing in these people's windows. It's unbelievable. Not only should we not allow entertainment at this venue, it was never built for that. I think we have to help code compliance crack down and help them with their job. I think that the hours of operation should be midnight, 7 days a week. If it's a restaurant, nobody's ordering, you know, an entree at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. We know what these people are about. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Ms. Bott?
So, just to make sure I'm understanding this clearly, you're asking for more, yet the original rules of engagement have not yet been complied with, in that there is no mechanical parking function at this spot. Is that right?
To my understanding, the mechanical garage does not function, but the applicant's a tenant of the restaurant space. The garage is CO'd as a parking garage, but as the tenant of the restaurant space, they have no control over the mechanical parking garage that is, you know, under control of the property owner. But we are seeking to provide the required parking by those conditions, either by the garage functioning or by providing valet within the 1,200 feet or by paying a fee in lieu, which would provide for the required parking if not provided for on site.
So, thank you for that. So, this is a question for you guys. If a business is granted the right to proceed with its business plan contingent on a requirement being met, X number of parking spaces delivered by mechanical parking or some alternative that's acceptable to everybody, and that is the deal in 2009, and here we are in 2022, and it still hasn't been met. That seems like a pretty fundamental shortcoming, for starters. And I'm not sure where, and I'm not seeking to cast aspersions, but is that a shortcoming on the part of the city for not following up and enforcing that, or is that a shortcoming on behalf of the owners who are trying to slip something past, or like? So that's a different question that's not specific to you guys, but to me, that is a big problem, and I'm quite sure that this business is not the only one that could be held up as an example of that shortcoming. So I don't know how we do that, but maybe that's a discussion item that needs to be addressed. Maybe there needs to be a complete review, and I know you guys are slammed as it is, but a complete review of all CUPs that have been issued and make sure that every one of them is in compliance, and if not, start the process to make sure that they get into compliance very quickly. Because to me, that is just, and this is not a urban planning term, but it's obnoxious. If you make a deal to do something, not you guys specifically, but if a business owner makes a deal to do something, then they should be required to fulfill their part of the deal. I don't care who they are and what the deal is, but that should be, speaking, I forget who the gentleman was who spoke about integrity, but, you know, that's pretty fundamental. So that, I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chair, as to how you want to address that in the, you know, at a future date. But I am blown away at what I see in the social media posts on the website. I'm in marketing and branding, that's my day job. That's not how a restaurant markets and brands itself in a million years. Miami Beach is legendary for the selfies and the food posts on Instagram, and I saw a lot of breasts being Instagrammed, but they weren't chicken breasts. So it really begs the question of, is this a restaurant? Is a restaurant a place that offers bar food? If you happen to need a snack while you're partying hard, maybe, I don't know what the legal definition is, but this is not operating as a restaurant. There's no way, there's absolutely no way that anybody can do a skosh of investigating into this by talking to people, by standing outside, by looking at the post, by looking at the website and saying, oh yeah, this is a restaurant. You know, it's my dad's birthday, I'm gonna take him here. Never gonna happen. So for me, I echo Gail's sentiment. It's a hard no, and I would suggest that in addition to being a hard no, that some of the issues that are ongoing at the moment, the number of police calls, the lack of cooperation with police when there is a police call, the number of code calls and violations needs to be rectified. The fact of the matter is the city is going through a major transformation, we're hoping, so that we can keep the best of the nightlife that we have to offer and keep it in a manner that is welcoming to visitors and locals who want to go out and do that, and also protects the sanctity of the businesses and the residents who are trying to make a living here that does not include nightlife and trying to get up in the morning or raise their kids, and to extend the borders of where nightlife entertainment can happen by trying to sneak under the wire calling yourself a restaurant while not even in full compliance of the original terms of the agreement, to me is just no, not okay. So I am also a hard no on this.
Mr. Joppy?
Thank you. I echo these comments and just have a few questions for staff for clarifications. So originally the CUP, where does the required amount of parking spaces come from if they're primarily a parking garage?
So the parking garage can provide as many as they want, but the restaurant has to provide the amount of parking required in the land development regulations, chapter 130. So I believe it's one space for every 4 seats.
Right, because I was thinking if they were primarily a restaurant, they would have required parking, but because they're an accessory use, are they meeting the restaurant parking requirements at the moment?
So the history, and it probably maybe slipped through the cracks, the garage got permitted and was functioning initially, and then for whatever reason it stopped operating. So they got their permits when the garage was permitted to function. At some point that's ceased, but the restaurant just kind of stayed alive. At that point, the parking should have moved somewhere else to be active. So that's one thing we're correcting here, is that the requirement that they do provide the parking before that BTR be issued.
Yeah, because it seems completely counterintuitive that a primary use parking garage would not provide the parking for their own accessory
It's not something that happens common. Once parking is built, it's functioning. It's hard typically parking doesn't break, but this is one of those cases where we have robotic parking and the system just failed.
Yeah, and Gail, to your comment, robotic parking comes to the planning board, which has always seemed a little unnecessary in my mind, but here's an example of why it is necessary that it comes to us. Another question about the difference between a restaurant with entertainment versus a nightclub. Are there any prohibitions on dancing in a restaurant, or lights, or any type of effects? What are the limitations?
We typically, if there's dancing, we call that a dance hall would be the use, or nightclub type use. So they don't have a permit in here for nightclub. That hasn't been requested, or for dancing. So
because I agree, the social media, it shows dancing, and lights, and you see it through the glass wall. And I echo Gail's comments about the problem of a glass building. And then my final question is really, why hasn't this operator been called for a revocation hearing if there have been 54 violations last year, 18 this year? I forget the number since 2010, but it seems extraordinary.
Typically, we're notified when there's violations. In this case, I'm not sure the reason. Maybe it slipped through the cracks, but we were not notified. We became aware of all these issues last week. It's been on the agenda since October, and this is really the first we hear of all of these issues. And I apologize for that. We should have been aware, but we just weren't. So after this meeting, I will look into those violations and see if we do need to issue a cure letter and schedule a progress report. Or if the board wishes to direct us to just go ahead and schedule a progress report, that would be a welcome direction.
And then, to the residents' comments, and I didn't look at the CUP in 2009, but was it sought entertainment and then denied, or was it just put in place that there shall not be entertainment at this location?
In 2009, when it was approved, I wasn't here, but it was my understanding that at that point it was not allowed. I don't know if that was specifically sought at that time. I don't have that history, that level of history, but I do know that it wasn't included in the order.
Because I will say, the conditions can change, and applicants have the right to request modifications, clearly. But given this track record, I agree with Gail and Tanya. I also would be a hard no.
Any other?
No, I was just going to say, I echo all their comments, and you did a very good job of articulating, advocating for your client, but you can't create and make the facts, and the facts are pretty detrimental. So I think we'd be pretty negligent and careless if we granted entertainment in light of the public, the police. So I commend you for your presentation, but as Gail and Tanya said, I'd be a hard no as well.
I was just going to say, I feel bad for the residents. It seems like it's been going on for quite a while, with no one bringing it to anyone's attention. So apologies for that.
We were at every meeting. We just weren't allowed to speak, so I spoke last month.
Well, better late than never, I guess. But and again, you made a great presentation, but unfortunately, we've seen operators come in and they give their attorneys in their presentation more tools to present, maybe getting a better hold on what's happening, but I didn't see that for this presentation. So for that, I'm leaning towards a hard no.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes, I echo everything that the other board members have said, and I would be in favor of a status report, asking for that at the next meeting or whenever it's appropriate.
Okay. So really, a question before we move on any business with this particular item. It is before us as a modification on behalf of the applicant. To me, that means that it's open for us to make the modification that we would like to make today. Is that the right understanding that I have? I can make modifications to this today?
I think so.
So the application before you is to modify the CUP. I guess I need to know a little bit more about what you're thinking.
So one of the things that I have an issue with the CUP is it does not have hours of operation in it. So I would like to add that if we were going to make a modification to it today. So I want to make sure that I can do that. I mean, we're adding other items here that were recommended by staff. So I just want to make sure I'm in order to do so.
So I guess the concern would be it was noticed for entertainment for that limited modification. If we were going to be modifying other things, would that need to be in the notice?
Well, I think what you're asking is really a condition that's more restrictive than what's in the existing order.
Yep.
I think that what's before the board today is the applicant's request for a modification. If you wanted to impose further restrictions, my recommendation would be to do that sort of within your enforcement capacity. If you're already going to be asking staff to schedule a progress report on some of the enforcement issues, the progress report is the first step toward a modification or revocation. It might be more appropriate to impose additional conditions as in sort of in that context in your enforcement within your enforcement authority.
Okay, just the only concern I have is that the residents would then have to live with that until we get around to doing that business.
And it's been 6 months.
Well, then I guess what the mechanism, I guess, if that's what you're looking to do, would be it would be a motion denying the applicant's really the substance of the applicant's requests to modify the conditional use permit, but imposing the additional condition of hours of operation. I would recommend that if that's where the board is leaning, that we allow the applicant to speak to that point. And then you can make your decision. But it's sort of a new issue that I think it might be a good idea. And also, the applicant didn't present any rebuttal.
Right.
That's my recommendation.
And then and there's further, Nick. Then would it be in our ability to go ahead and set a modification revocation hearing on this one?
Well, I think the first step really
Have
would
to
be
do
to
the
schedule
progress report
right.
first?
We have to issue a cure letter before you can,
okay.
and so we're gonna look into the violations and see if that's justified, likely is. And then we'll schedule a progress report for next month. And then at that point, the board can decide if they want to schedule a revocation modification hearing.
Okay, and that's just the one little concern I have, the residents just having to go through that
Yes.
time period. And I'm looking for a way to.
Wait, I have a recommendation. Since we cannot limit the hours you're saying right now at this meeting, can we just pull their cup and they cannot have a restaurant? Today.
So in order to pull a CUP, we have to go through this process of the revocation modification. It's due process needs to be followed, and there's a process outlined in the code for how that has to happen. I would suggest that we follow that, because otherwise, if there's any issues with appeals or challenges.
So we can only hope that they'll be on best behavior until then, because they don't want their cup pulled.
Correct.
Attorneys, do you understand that? Unfortunately, we cannot limit your hours of operation at this hearing. It's going to take months and reports to do so.
Because there's a procedure for
Right,
due process,
but
Gail. You have to follow the procedure.
We would strongly urge you to be on best behavior. Perhaps, close your restaurant at midnight, 7 days a week until then, because I'm not going to, I'll vote to pull your entire cup for the restaurant if you don't come back and have best behavior next time.
So I think there are two issues at hand. One is the application before us, and the second issue is what to do about the bigger issue. And so let's get the first piece of business off the table, which is to deny the application before us. I think that's a pretty quick and easy. So I'd like to move it to that we deny it.
Okay, motion to deny by Ms. Bott.
I second it.
We did reserve time for rebuttal, which we just didn't have a chance to do. So if we could do that before you vote.
They do have a right under the code to present
Yeah.
rebuttal.
Okay, so we'll hold the motion.
Thank you. We would just like to start with our sound consultant really fast to give a brief presentation on the most recent sound visit that was less than 2 weeks ago.
Hello, Sam Schroyer, Edward Douglas Associates, 1239 Southeast Indian Street in Stewart. So as someone had noted, we had made an initial visit, I believe, in July or August of last year. I think the report was in August. At that time, we had observed that they have the capability, the sound system, to put these limits in place, which we recommended that that be done. Given the glass, that's obviously a weak point, and the skylight as well. But there are controls that could be made to ensure that that's not a problem, that you don't have that transmission. I was there maybe 2-3 weeks ago, February 10th, I guess it's 12 days ago. And I met with management and we did some testing. I went up on the rooftop, took some measurements. We went over to the building next door, listened. It was at I recommended that they adjusted it first. It come down a bit. And we went over and we couldn't hear anything. Whenever we turned it up to the previous level, we could. And so the modifications that we made to the limiting apparatus appeared to be successful based on my observations that day. And that's what we've got. No.
And let me just say to you, I think if I'm hearing everything correctly, and this is no fault of yours, but item 10A, which is this regulated speaker system that would be partly to address noise within the venue, is a great idea on a normal case. But I think more importantly to this particular item before us is there's item 8, which requires that there be off-street parking requirements that is solely sourced within the garage, which has not been addressed. I get it that, and I'm now speaking to the representative for the operator. I get it that the owner who leases the place to the restaurant is the one who's responsible for the mechanical parking or the operation of the garage in general. However, this is a CUP that was issued with the specific requirement that this be an operational case, and it hasn't been addressed. I mean, it's been a long period of time. So within the two issues of what we do about going forward and then the current issue of the request, I think there are also sub-issues that are more root causes. Well, this might be a proximate cause, but the root cause is just the operation is kind of untenable. And I'm not sure that there's anything that we're going to be able to do to help you today or your client. But you can rebut, but I want to wrap this up.
Okay. Just a few points just for our purposes of rebuttal. One is the staff has recommended approval. They do, in their staff report said it is a compatible use with the surrounding area. Entertainment establishments are permitted in this specific zoning district. So, we are urging you to follow
And it seems
staff's
that we're going to reject the staff's recommendation, but go ahead.
Well, staff also said they weren't aware of all these problems.
Understood. The applicant is also willing to proffer 2 conditions, one relating that there be no queuing outside of the venue, and 2 as well that, they are willing to proffer a condition to have off-duty police officers subject to police officers' availability in the conditional use permit to address, certain concerns. They reached out to police department, if I misspoke about the chief, but they met with them after the firearm discharge incident. I confirmed with our client after that.
But Adrian, I think you might be missing my point.
I understand.
The chief thing is that in the conditional use permit, it had to have the operation of the garage self-contained.
Understand.
And then
I
you
understand.
guys
We are
proffered
willing to.
2 amendments to that don't address that, and it actually is
Well, it
trying
would
to circumvent that.
Well, it would
So-
require the parking, if the garage didn't work, they would have to pay to provide the required parking for the restaurant space off-site within the 1,200 feet.
Right, but the CUP that you're operating on didn't have a conditional. It was absolute, and that's what I'm just trying to. So I don't think we're going to be able to help you today.
I understand. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion. Was it seconded?
It was moved by Ms. Bott and seconded by Mr. Frieden.
Gail.
Oh, Gail, I'm sorry, Ms. Durham. We won't fight over the second, so we'll give it to Ms. Durham.
Roll call, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham? Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
And Mr. Chairman, as a separate matter, the board may wish to consider directing staff to schedule a progress report, particularly with at the very least with regard to the garage, where we know there's an issue. And if you give staff that direction, you can also recommend that staff go ahead and schedule a modification revocation hearing, or rather at least notice the modification revocation hearing, which requires a 30-day notice, so that we can get it on the first available calendar if in fact there are violations.
And that's inclusive of a cure letter going out, like.
Correct. So my suggestion is that you also, as part of your motion, direct staff to pre-notice that modification revocation hearing, should it be necessary.
I have a question, if I might.
Go ahead.
So, given the history that has now been discussed and that you're going to further investigate, the fact that there are, umpty-ump violations and police calls and refusal to work with police on a call, and there was a shooting that apparently was not an accidental discharge, but an actual shooting. I mean, how much more grounds do you need to schedule or to revoke their CUP? I mean, is this purely procedural? Is there a way to do this temporarily while we do, can we limit their hours of operation while we go through the proper course of actions? I mean, can we say that they can only operate until 2 a.m. and only Thursday through Saturday? I don't know what the options are, but I mean, I can't imagine a bigger pot of bad behavior and to say, it's fine, keep doing your bad behavior. And even if they come back as, the Golden Girls for the next month or 2 months, that doesn't erase their history. And based on everything we've seen and heard and our learning, it seems like the second that the eyes are off them, they will go back to their less than ideal ways. They are not going to start serving 4-course dinners on white tablecloths. That's not their business model, and that's fine, but not here, and they're not controlling their business model very well anywhere. I mean, motorcycles peeling off, all this other stuff. So given all that, it seems like pretty weak sauce to only be able to say, well, we're going to schedule a revocation hearing for the next possible meeting, which presumably would be in March, and allow them proceed with no additional constrictions placed upon them in the meanwhile.
But they already, right now, am I correct, entertainment is not allowed on their property at all. Yet it seems, based on what we've heard and what we've been sent and everything, is that there is clear entertainment on the property. And so I guess I don't see, there shouldn't be a need to adjust the hours of operation. What needs to happen in between now and the next meeting or the progress report is that this is enforced. I mean, it's as simple as that. I don't think.
So let me, but since I made the comment about the hours of operation, let me just address why I was doing that, because of the queuing issue and the in and out of the garage. So, without that, no matter who is the operator there, we just had the Fairwinds, right, come and it changed and ownership, and then, hopefully we'll hear nothing but good things coming. So in this, to Tanya's point, you have an opportunity here that maybe this will change ownership, and then we could have what is intended to be here, and not what may be existing there, right? So that my comment about the hours was just to address, no matter who's there, that we, not having cars in and out associated with a venue at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Well, I think that's cured by there being no entertainment on the premises. But yeah, I agree with you.
And to Mr. Frieden's point, I think it would be appropriate for code compliance to investigate whether there's a use ongoing on the property that's not permitted.
Mm-hmm. Right. But if it were a restaurant, it could still be operating into these hours, right? So then cars would still be coming in and out. So I just wanted to clarify the point. But I don't want to beat it up. It's pretty much clear to me where this is headed. But go ahead, Mr. Juppy.
Quick clarification, is this progress report for both the restaurant operator as well as the building owner who operates the parking garage?
It'll be for everything that's under the purview of the CUP.
Okay, great.
So, and then we will send out the cure letter, which will address, I think, the concern that you raised. So where are we in this?
So if you'd like to make a motion to schedule a progress report and for staff to pre-notice a revocation modification hearing so we can get it on the next possible agenda. It's a 30-day notice, so the next meeting is 30 days from today, so we probably won't be able to get it for the March meeting, the revocation modification meeting. It'll probably be for the April meeting, but we'll have the progress report in March.
Well, then all the more reason, well, first of all, I'd say yes, we want to do that. I mean, not to step on your toes, but.
Well, I mean, is anybody opposed to it?
Well, I have one more suggestion. This is very frustrating. Is it possible that we can make a recommendation for the city manager to take a look at this? Because I think it is an emergency situation where she has power to do what we cannot do. And what would that look like? Can we, as a planning board, ask her to take a look at this and perhaps remove their hours of operation immediately?
Let me just. The only issue I have, my issue is when we have things that are procedural, and then we start trying to change the city's procedure. Gail, that's my only issue, and I get it. I want to do anything and everything I can for residents who are under duress, but I also don't think it's the right way to start making transactional decisions based on what may come before us here, and then trying to circumvent what the procedure will be, and that's just my only concern.
I agree.
No, I understand.
But
That's
so-
okay if you don't agree. It's okay. I just threw it out there.
But so to Jonathan's point, if it is procedurally appropriate for code to go in and see whether or not they are engaging in entertainment versus serving dinner,
Right.
then let's do that, and as often as it takes to modify the behavior. So can code go in just to check on the conditions being enacted under somebody's CUP, or do they have to be called in for something?
They can go, but
Like do a
generally the way things function, it's reacting to calls.
No, I understand that's how it generally works, but legally, is it perfectly acceptable and without issue for code? Is it within code's purview to just do a spot check that things are occurring the way they're supposed to?
Yes, I believe so.
Code has the authority to enforce
Okay, so
the
then
city
let's
code. Yeah.
make that.
Okay.
And that, I think, is in the form of just sort of general direction to planning staff to reach out to code compliance. I think the board has a very clear modification, revocation procedure in the code. I would recommend that you stick to that procedure, and move forward.
All right, so did you move it, or?
So do I have to make a formal motion?
Not
Or
on,
it's just-
not on code. I think the direction is clear.
No, but on the other items.
Yes.
Yes.
For the progress report, for the garage and to pre-notice for revocation modification.
So I'm making that motion.
Okay, so the motion's by Ms. Bott. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I second it.
Second by Ms. Durham. Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham? Yes. Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. I think we've done away with that one. All right, and thank you all for coming out and giving your feedback. All right, let's move to our code amendments, which will be the last items. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and some are related. So we'll take up Planning Board File 210478, ordinance on clarifications to the Certificate of Appropriateness.
Okay, so this ordinance clarifications to Certificate of Appropriateness, Administrative Appeals, and Application Form Requirements. So this ordinance came about as a result of evaluations conducted regarding the administrative review procedures for certificates of appropriateness, which certificates of appropriateness are the permits issued in historic districts and historic sites for construction. That's the review that projects undertake before they're allowed to proceed with construction. So this ordinance has two primary areas of amendment. The first is an amendment to administrative application form clarifications. The ordinance clarifies that for certificates of appropriateness that can be reviewed administratively by staff and don't have to go to the Historic Preservation Board, that the standard building permit application is considered the certificate of appropriateness application. This is because the information collected on the building permit is exactly the same information that would be collected in a certificate of appropriateness application. So it just makes the process easier for staff, and this is essentially what staff has been doing as far as we have records. The second portion is a clarification for administrative level certificate of appropriateness for the appeal clarifications. So as part of the Planning Department's review of building permits applications, the approval of a certificate of appropriateness is required with new construction or modifications to existing buildings located in historic districts. And depending on the scope of the work proposed, the COA, the certificate of appropriateness, can be approved either by the Historic Preservation Board or by staff. So this is for permits regarding exterior components of the building, the structure, and public interiors, historic public interior spaces. So this ordinance clarifies that administrative determinations and approved pursuant to subsection 118.563D, which let me describe what those are. 563D. So those are certificates of appropriateness regarding ground level additions to existing structures, and then specific criteria for that. D, and then A and 3. Facade and building restoration recommendations, which are consistent with historic documentation, provided the degree of demolition proposed is not substantial or significant. So this ordinance says that those appeals would not be going to the Board of Adjustment. Those are appealed pursuant to to the standard procedures of the Historic Preservation Board. So that's the primary change there. And what's the other change? I think that's the change. Those would be the primary changes there. So what the staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. Tom Mooney can
recognize our director.
Good morning. Is it still morning?
It's
2 minutes. 1 minute.
I got it correct. I just wanted to add a little bit more to what Rogelio had presented to you. As a lot of you are aware, the Officer of the Inspector General released a report regarding 310 Meridian Avenue in November of this year. They released their draft report, and their final report came out in early January. And two of the recommendations that they had made are what this particular ordinance reflects. One was with regard to applications. The way that the Inspector General read the code is different than the way staff has read the code. And the way the Inspector General read the code was that he believed that the code mandated a separate application form for certificates of appropriateness. That's not how we read the code, and that's not how we've been applying it. Nevertheless, we did want to present an ordinance that would fully clarify that. The way that we've recommended it is that the application form that is submitted for a building permit would also be the same application for a certificate of appropriateness. And the reason, as Rogelio indicated, is that it's a clerical form. The information would be exactly the same. The second portion regarding appeals goes a little bit deeper because the IG did make some important findings regarding the clarity of that process. And indeed, when we looked at the appeal process and we looked at the language of the appeal process, what we discovered was that, and as we say so in the report, in 2015, the appeal process was consolidated from the different sections of the LDRs. Prior to that, the DRB had its own appeal section, the HPB had its own appeal section, the Planning Board had its own appeal section. In 2015, that was all consolidated into section 118-9. And when we did that, the appeal process was still to the different boards, but it was all within one section. The big change came in 2017 when, in order to address an inconsistency with the related special acts, all of the appeals that previously went to the DRB and the HPB regarding administrative level decisions, those now go to the Board of Adjustment. And when we made that adjustment in 2017, we realized in looking at this over the last few months that there was a major lack of clarity. And so what this ordinance does is it sets forth this clarity. And the one change that it does make is that it amends the appeal process to be, instead of 30 days, to be 15 days from the date of the decision, which is consistent with what it was in 2015 when the HPB was considering those appeals. You probably noticed that there is no requirement now for the noticing of these administrative level decisions. And the reason for that is that these particular decisions are very minor in nature. They're very well defined under section 118-563D. Those are the only things that staff has the authority to look at administratively. Anything beyond that has to go before the board. And because of the restorative nature of that section in terms of the projects that are eligible for that section, as well as the minor nature, that's why there was no notice requirement for that. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what's being proposed. If you have any questions about this, I can certainly answer those questions. But we're recommending approval as is, and I welcome any suggestions or any questions that you might have.
Spot.
So hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
The sort of trigger for all of this has been the situation on Meridian. I'm not in your professional line of work, but to the untrained eye, those are not insignificant changes that were being done to that building. And so I'm less concerned about the appeal process than I am about the approval process and who determines what is an insignificant modification and what harm is there in noticing any modification so that if there's any concern whatsoever, because part of this whole process ideally would be to uncover any unintended consequences, right? And so there's no way that somebody sitting at a desk who's like reviewing 8 million pounds of paperwork every day, trying to do the best that he or she can, making the right decision all the time, is going to catch everything. That's just impossible. We're all human after all. So the idea of noticing it might invite somebody who says, hey, I live across the street from that. They're trying to do X. X won't work, but X plus Y would, and maybe there should be that engagement. So the first part of the question is how and what is considered minor, and why can't we notice everything no matter what?
So as to your first question, what is determined to be minor is expressly defined in section 118-563D. And there's 5 subsets of that. If your proposal falls under one of those categories, you would be considered minor, and that is eligible for administrative level review. These are things like new windows and doors, restoring original features based upon historic documentation, very limited ground level additions, which we have probably never seen in the last 20 years because most people, they're doing additions larger than that and they have to go to the board. Anything that goes beyond what is clearly defined under 118-563D has to make an application to the Historic Preservation Board. We don't have the authority to make a judgment call or decide who gets to be reviewed administratively and who doesn't. You either meet the criteria in 118-563 or you don't. So from a transparency standpoint, that's actually worked very well for us. In terms of
Before you get on to the second answer to the second question, but what happened at 310 Meridian was not minor.
So there's no application that's before you right now. This is just an ordinance that applies to everything. As we've stated very clearly, and as the Board of Adjustment concurred with us, it did meet the definition of what is allowed under 118-563. It's very clear. And it's important to point out that there are a lot of exceptions to the requirement for a certificate of appropriateness, and that includes interior renovations. There are no interior renovations that are subject to C of A approval. Basically, the administrative level approval was some changing out of doors and windows and restoring original door openings. So that project did fall within what was allowed to be reviewed under 118-563D.
Tanya, I have a suggestion. Maybe you can tell me if you agree with this. Hello, Mr. Mooney.
Hi, Gail.
You gave a very good explanation, like you do always, and thank you for answering all my questions throughout all the years, because you're so smart. So I've been following, the South of Fifth situation, and so I was wondering, there was like a loophole that allowed it to go forward, I think, when otherwise it wouldn't have because of the extensive renovation that was needed. So is it possible if we put in a sentence something like, if staff approves the CAO and the original scope goes beyond the CAO, then the CAO is automatically rescinded? Is that possible?
I mean, you could, that section of the code is not before you. If you wanted to make a recommendation that we look at language like that, I think that there might be potentially some charter issues. It's also important to point out that a C of A is separate and apart from a building permit. And there have been instances where if we see work going on beyond the scope of a permit, we will ask the building official to issue a stop work order, which the building official will do. That basically suspends the C of A. But whether or not we want to put in language that gives an administrative official the authority to revoke a C of A, that's something a little bit different. It's not something that I would recommend. If it's something that you wanted to, as a board, propose as a recommendation, you could certainly do that.
I think that's what we need, because otherwise, anybody can scam the system. They can tell you, oh, we're just going to change a window, and then they got the whole building, they take off the roof. And, wow, that's like...
Yeah, I mean,
So there has to be something really solid that stops this from happening. And then I would like to also add that the rescind cannot be overturned by the Board of Adjustment, because the Board of Adjustment made some pretty, I don't know, questionable decisions, in my opinion. And so that would stop the problem.
Well, in terms of the appellate body, that's under the related special acts. And unless the voters approve otherwise, unless the voters vote to amend the related special acts, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, these appeals have to go to the Board of Adjustment. That's why the code was amended in 2017.
That's right. The special acts which were adopted by the state legislature in the 1910s and 20s provide that the Board of Adjustment has the sole authority to review decisions of the planning director. So any amendment to that would require the approval of the voters in a citywide referendum.
And procedurally, we agree with you, because in 2017, we didn't like the idea of appeals that went to the DRB or appeals that went to the HPB going to the Board of Adjustment. But Nick's correct, unless the voters amend the related special acts, and we've talked about over time bringing a ballot question to do that, then we're kind of stuck with what we have now. As to your question on the noticing, if this board was to recommend it, we could take that recommendation to the city commission. The reason that we didn't recommend it is simply because of the volume of the applications. We review thousands of administrative level certificate of appropriateness per year, and you literally have to notice every one of those. Alternatively, there would have to be another review process to sort of ferret out the ones that would be subject to a notice requirement. Either way, you're adding a very significant step in the review process. And because 118.563D is so limited in terms of what can be reviewed and approved administratively, and we actually included some photographs attached to this report that shows the types of projects that are typically approved pursuant to this, it's never been an issue before. But if it's something that you wanted to recommend to the commission, you could make that part of your transmittal, and we could take that recommendation to the commission.
but 333 Jefferson was approved under this process, right?
Correct.
And it has no roof on it.
That's because the applicant exceeded the scope of the permit.
So what is the process to ensure that doesn't happen, to rectify the situation?
Ultimately, we can't control what a contractor does on site. Some contractors are better than others. If there is an instance where any contractor or developer is exceeding the scope of permit, then we will ask the building official to issue a stop work order, and we will require that they remedy the situation. And if they've exceeded the scope of work, more often than not, that's going to require an application to the Historic Preservation Board, which does require a full 30-day notice.
So do you have any information or statistics on how often this happens, where somebody gets an administrative approval and then exceeds the scope of work?
Can I preempt that question a little bit, if I can add to it? What is the enforcement for assuring that somebody's sticking with their C of A? There's no certificate of appropriate inspector, is there?
We have a planning inspector. Oftentimes, we rely on people telling us if they see something exceeding the scope of permit. Sometimes a building inspector will do that. If time permits, we ask our inspectors to do follow-up inspections, particularly on the more sensitive projects. But to your question about exceeding the scope of permit, That can happen inside and outside of historic districts. I've seen it happen in multifamily and commercial districts outside of historic districts. I've seen it in single-family districts outside of historic districts. And in all those instances, we request that the building official issue a stop work order so that they could remedy that before any work continues.
So you're generally relying on neighbors or someone to report?
Neighbors, code, sometimes staff sees it. Sometimes I see it. If I see something that doesn't look right, I'll write down the address, have my staff pull the plans, send an inspector out. Sometimes my staff does that. We do as much as we can with the amount of staff that we have, but this is a big city and, we issue over 10,000 permits a year. So it's difficult to have somebody at every single site 24/7.
I wonder if there could be just a kind of an additional scheduled progress inspection of the job site just to monitor, certificate of appropriateness.
That's something that we try to do. Obviously, the more staff you have, the more you're able to do that. That's really what it comes down to. The more bodies you have to throw at something like that, the more inspections that you're going to have.
Yeah. And we come back to this, but another question I had was about what you were putting in here and mentioning about eliminating the certificate of appropriateness application and just relying on the building permit application. What is the process for that? Is an applicant meeting with planning staff first and saying, do we meet the requirements of 118-563D, or we can just submit a building application, or do they just submit it and then you judge it?
Whenever somebody submits a building permit application, and their property is located within a local historic district, that will show up in EnerGov because the address would be checkmarked.
Yeah.
And then our staff would immediately review 118-563. Before we integrated the building permit process with the planning review process that's in place now, we used to require a separate application form, but that was because we also required a separate third set of plans. When we were able to fully integrate the permit review system and planning became part of the overall EnerGov review system, now plans are perforated and we can look at these plans electronically. There was no more need for a third set, and because the information in the C of A application was identical to what is on the building permit, there was no need for the C of A application form. Moreover, the code doesn't expressly require it. We felt that given the recommendations of the IG, that it would be best to clarify that, to make it very clear that the application may be the same form that is used for the building permit application form, just for clarity purposes.
Yeah, is there any additional submission requirement within a historic zone for like renderings, anything like that?
They are depending upon the scope of work, they are required to submit photographs of the site, which are scanned in, microfilm of the site.
Just for the building permit?
Yeah. If they're proposing restorative work, they would submit
historical
photos. If there's any questions that the reviewer has, they will kick it up to a senior staff person. And then if it's determined that it doesn't meet 118-563 and it cannot be approved administratively, it will be denied, and then they will have to make an application to the Historic Preservation Board before they can continue with the permit process.
Okay. I will just say, I see the challenge here, but I do think there needs to be some pathway for expedited applications. Or I think I read somewhere in there, and I see this kind of hesitancy to just improve properties. It's just a matter of what is that metric and how is it enforced, I think.
I have a question, and I'm not sure to whom to direct this, but, the IG read things differently than you and your department are reading them. Has he opined on your proposal? And if is it possible to get him to join the conversation so we can hear his views? Because he had a very clear idea that things needed to be improved upon. And while I understand where you're going with this, I'm not sure that this is going as far as what he thought were the shortcomings. So is it possible to include him in this?
He had recommended that the building and the planning department take a look at the specific requirement. And his two specific recommendations are in the report. And as we stated, and this is attached to his final report, we provided a response to each of his recommendations. And we had made it clear that while we did not agree with some of his findings, that we would try to address those. Some of his recommendations we are addressing separately, and we are able to do that. These two particular recommendations did require a code amendment, and that's one of the reasons that this particular ordinance is before you. So you can certainly take a look at the IG's recommendations and then determine whether or not you think that this ordinance should move forward as is, or whether you should recommend some additional changes to be more consistent with what the IG was recommending.
And what Tom is pointing to is on page 3 of the staff report, where staff has excerpted 2 of the IG's recommendations.
Wait, what page in this thing? 23?
23. And these are verbatim.
Page 3.
These were taken
And
verbatim.
what numbers? Oh, 1 and 2 at the bottom.
Yes.
Right, but that's different from hearing if he thinks these have gone far enough.
And, yes.
I mean, I think that would be a salient point to consider.
And to be clear, Tom, previously there were no appeals, correct?
Well, no, there's always been an appeal. There's always been an appeal process. And in fact, 310 was appealed pursuant to the existing appeal process. The IG's concern was the fact that there was no noticing of the decisions. And he was correct about that.
So then it's hard to appeal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unless you know about it or you've heard about it, there's no way to effectively appeal it. And so I think what the IG was saying, and I had a conversation with him about this, because he said, you know, in the code, you set up this appeal process, but you don't have a notice of it. So a next door neighbor or an affected person, they may not know that they're going to change their windows out next door, or they may not know that they're going to do a restoration. And so his question was, if you were to implement some type of notice process, would that have an impact procedurally on the overall permitting process? And I said it really would depend on the type of noticing that would be implemented. One of the things we mentioned in the report is that we're working on a program with Energov in order to create a report, a weekly report on administrative level certificates of appropriateness that would be published so that people could go online and see it more clearly. Right now, somebody would have to sort of navigate through Energov in order to see if any applications have been approved. This would make it more coherent. However, unless you were checking that, you wouldn't know. And I think that's what the IG was alluding to. The IG, I think, did feel that a separate application form is needed. So certainly, if you wanted to recommend that there be a separate C of A application form, you could do that, and we could bring that recommendation to the commission. It would be up to the commission to decide. And the same thing with the notice. If you wanted to recommend some form of notice, you could do that. And that, I think, would probably address what the IG was recommending. Our concern, as we stated, is the potential impact that would have on the process, as well as the need for additional staffing in order to accommodate a minimum noticing requirement.
Just to clarify, a notice costs about $3,000 to notice.
Yeah, how about those, instead of sending a letter to 375 feet, how about one of those red things that you plant in the ground? That's cheap and
that's
inexpensive.
certainly an
That would be
option.
helpful, because that helps the people right next door.
The only issue is that given the number of applications that are approved, you're talking about a lot of postings. And so it's not that we can't do it. I mean, I don't want to lead anybody in the wrong direction. If that's the policy direction, we can make it happen. It's just that is going to have a budgetary implication and a staffing implication, because we would need a lot more people, because that's a lot more posting.
Is it possible to put the notice requirement on, whichever applicant it might be? So in order for, their process to proceed, they have to take the red sign or whatever it is, and they have to post it on their site. And
Yes.
any failure to do that, is...
That is one thing that we could do. We actually used to require that for mail notice years ago, The issue that we found was that we were giving up the chain of custody for noticing, and we were relying upon an applicant to ensure that all residents within 375 feet, for instance, were noticed. And so,
I'm not even talking, meaning I've had to deal with the notice and the mailers and all that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about a sign in front of your property saying this is what's happening.
Correct.
So that might give residents what they're looking for in terms of, some type of notice provision. And it also helps the, short-staffed city, and that might accomplish what everyone is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, that's something where that's certainly an option that you could propose. And they would also have to agree to not begin any work until whatever appeal period is agreed upon has passed. And so there would probably have to be some follow-up to ensure that the property was properly noticed. They could probably do that by taking a photograph and sending it to staff.
Yeah.
The only thing that we'd have to make sure of is that there's some language built in that once they've done that, they've satisfied that obligation, because unfortunately, and this is why we have 3 forms of notice, mail notice, published notice, and posting notice, is that when you post a property 30 days in advance, sometimes those notices can disappear. They can walk away. And so what we would not want to do is penalize a property owner because somebody else may have stolen the notice. And so as long as I think there's some safeguards built into that, where if they've satisfied that, then the project can continue to go forward, that might be a good option.
So I was in Manhattan a couple of months ago and doing a lot of walking, and they're noticing, and I have no idea what their laws are, but on the fencing around and of course these are bigger projects, but they're noticing is so robust that at every stage of the project, there are phone numbers that you can call, and the contractors are listed, and the scope of work is detailed, and it moves with the project. And obviously it's a different scale than somebody swapping out their windows, and I understand very well the concerns about being understaffed and under-resourced in various ways. But there are so many examples of people either intentionally, less so unintentionally, but people sort of maybe satisfying the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law, and, applying for this, but actually doing that. And so I think if the best existing remedy is for the neighborhood to be the eyes and ears, because they're the ones who are affected, they're the ones who have to live with the results. I think the minimum is to notice at the site and make sure that everybody sees that and can address it, and that's not as prohibitively taxing on resources, but it does give the neighbors a fighting chance to understand what's going on, make inquiries, raise the alarm if necessary, or whatever needs to happen. So I'm definitely in favor of that.
Do we have anybody from the public online to comment on the item?
We have one hand raised, David Suarez.
Let's bring Mr. Suarez up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think the direction of the planning board as a whole, you should put into perspective that the residents need noticing and further noticing. Because I live at 310 Meridian, and there were all of a sudden 3 projects in my neighborhood that came out of nowhere. 310 Meridian, 333 Jefferson, 226 Jefferson. And none of us were afforded the opportunity to voice our appeal at the time that these projects were approved back in, I think, 2017. There was no notice, there was no red sign, and the projects, when they started to begin construction in just last year, there was no notice, there was no method to appeal the decision. And it was because of a letter to commission from Rafael Paz that set up the requirement to, that set up the method that we could have appealed to the Board of Adjustment. I don't think you guys should pass this in its current form. I think the direction of the board is moving in the right direction, that the residents need or should have every opportunity to appeal any staff level decisions. I understand there are a lot of them. But if you go look at 333 Jefferson, they don't even have, one building doesn't have a roof. It consists of 4 buildings. Everything has been completely regutted, and you have no windows. All the doors have been changed. These applicants go in for an interior remodel permit, but months later they apply for various other permits, such as roofing permits, railing permits, and they are able to actually escape the HPB process and doing a whole hearing for it. So I think there needs to be more requirements for noticing the residents, especially the ones close by 350 feet. And I think it's a great idea if they are required to place a sign in front of the job site to give notice. Thank you.
Anybody else? That's it? Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this item? All right, so we'll close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item.
I have a question.
We have a question from Ms. Bott.
Because, it's what I do. So for the appeal process, you have a sign out at the site, the proposed site, but the sign walks after, let's say, the first week. So, but there's a 15-day notice of appeal or window of appeal. So what if you were on vacation that first week? You come home, there's no sign, you don't know anything because the sign has vanished, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose on the property next to yours. You then, as a resident, don't have any mechanism for appealing because you didn't know about it because the sign wasn't there. So
That's the limitations with a posting.
So, can we think about how we could rectify that or provide for extenuating circumstances or?
I mean, the notice has to be the same. The two things that are critical is that the period of time has to be consistent and the date that the appeal period starts has to be consistent. Those are the 2 dates that have to be firm. One of the reasons that we have 3 types of notice for DRB, HPB, planning board applications, and we don't rely on just one, is for that reason. Some people may have a P.O. box and they don't get a lot of mail, but they walk the neighborhood, so the posting is perfect for them. Other people read the newspaper is perfect for them. Other people, they don't read the newspaper or they don't walk the area, but they get a mail notice. And so but those types of application warrant a more significant notice because those are oftentimes more significant applications. In the case of these, because the types of projects are so clearly defined and very minor, that's why there hasn't been a notice requirement. That said, whether it's posting, whether it's mail notice to a smaller radius of people, those are all things that you could recommend if you think that it's important. It just adds to the process, that's all.
So is an email not part of, why couldn't we do emails to anybody whose email?
The problem with emails is that you can't confirm that they're actually getting to the property owner of record. When you require a mail notice, the applicant has to submit a certified list of property owners. And so we know it's going to all the property owners of record. If something happens to someone's server, if something happens where the address is typed in incorrectly and they don't get that notice, that's why we don't rely solely on email for that as a required form of notice.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, we're saying that this level of project doesn't raise to the requirement, the need to have this triple level of notification, but we're also concerned that just having the sign may not be sufficient. So there's some intermediary steps that could be emails to anybody who's registered with the city who lives within that circumference of 375 feet, and also a notification that would pop up if a resident had signed up for residents' right to know notifications. I mean, they're not infallible for sure, but given that, it would be the sign, the email, and then the residents' right notifications, they're not cost prohibitive, and it just gives you more of an opportunity to see something than less without adding too much additional strain on the resources.
The residents' right to know might be a good option. We use that for all legislation going before the city commission. We use that for all board applications. We basically send everything to residents' right to know. So if you've got a project that's going to the planning board that's in South Beach and you're signed up for South Beach, you're going to get the notice for it. You probably get more notice, but this is something where we could see what it would take to design that into this. The only issue with the residents' right to know is that right now, at least, it's not fully connected to the EnerGov permitting system. Whether or not we could create that connection so that as part of the approval, the residents' right to know box is checked, so somebody knows, hey, there's been a permit application submitted. The other thing to consider is that you might be filling up people's inboxes with an enormous amount of information, because if somebody lives, say, in Mid-Beach and they want to know about all the permit activity, then they're going to get a lot of emails. And so that's something else to consider.
But couldn't you refine it so it's done by neighborhood? So you could sign up for the permitting in North Beach, Mid Beach, or South Beach?
Yeah, that's what, I couldn't tell you that right now. That's something that we'd have to initiate a conversation with our vendor on. It's probably going to take a few months to design a program like that. But certainly if you wanted to recommend to the commission that that be explored, we could, if given the policy direction, we could engage our vendor
I mean,
and
look,
see
I
if that
think
works.
it's the reason why MBU lobbied so hard and got the residents' right to know ordinance passed was precisely to ensure that more people knew about what was happening that was going to affect their quality of life than not. And so if we have a vendor and we can start working on this and provide the direction to the commission and include in the next issue or whenever it's ready to go online of the Miami Beach Magazine, an article about, hey, this is how it works, this is how you sign up, and everybody should take advantage of this. So it's as you've all heard me say before, communication is 95% of the battle. So if we use the tools we have available to us that are not super onerous, like the bigger projects require, it will be an improvement over what we have now. And that's not to say it will fix everything, but we'll probably catch things better than they're being caught now, and we won't end up in this super contentious, litigious, problematic situation that we're in now. Not perfect, but better than what we have.
So it sounds like we got something that we can look into and see if, we can have an opt-in kind of menu selection a la carte to help residents out with communication, so.
Is there any, sorry, just two quick comments. It seems noticing is the real sticking point here. So, I don't know what's required for the email noticing. It's quite an expense at the city level for the labels, but producing the certified letter and the labels is like $200. You'd think if it's a reduced radius, the cost of that would go down?
I know that these companies have a minimum, and it's probably less about the cost of doing that, but more about the process for facilitating it. Because when you submit that, you've got to have a certain period of time, and then you've got to have a minimum date where that notice is sent out.
Yeah.
And so it's organizing all that for the number of permits. It's one thing to do it for 12 to 15 applications per month per board. It's quite another to start getting into the thousands per year on that for these smaller applications.
I wonder if there could be like a type of carve-out where it's on the owner or contractor to post a sign, with the caveat that the sign needs to remain in place. So if it's missing, it needs to be replaced the next day. And if it's noticed and it's going to start over or something, you think that's feasible, or it's just?
That's certainly something that I think is feasible. We could probably amend the code to require that an owner post the sign prior to the appeal period, at the beginning of the appeal period, and that the sign remain up at least until the conclusion of the appeal period. I think the big question there becomes how much do you want to hold the owner to making sure that that sign is there if it's a 15-day appeal period for 15 straight days? And how do you ensure that it was up for 15 days? So I think if there's some latitude for the project to still be able to go forward once they've satisfied the posting of it, then I think that may be something that's feasible, with the understanding that we would be foregoing the chain of custody with regard to noticing. We'd be relying on an applicant to do that.
You would technically have the same problem, though, even if the city was posting the notice, right? The
In
owner
terms
can
of the
come-
days, yes, but by controlling the chain of custody, we can ensure that the property is posted.
All that I'm saying is that you could have an owner that comes and takes the city-posted notice and,
Clearly.
puts it on their porch. So I think you'd end up in the same position.
Yeah.
Having that language in there kind of puts the onus on the applicant. If they screw up with the notice, they have to either lose their right for the application, whatever it might be. It also removes the responsibility from the city and, short-staffed city.
Maybe they could send a photo in, 2 days later.
We would
code
probably
enforcement drives by.
require some type of evidence that they, after they post the site, that they take a photo of the property
Yeah.
and of the sign, and they send it to us. And then once they've satisfied that requirement, they've satisfied the posting requirement, because that's essentially what we do. When we post a property 30 days in advance, we post it, we document it.
Yeah.
But if somebody takes the notice 2 weeks before the meeting, we don't make the applicant responsible for that.
Is it possible you just add it to, I guess, building department drive around, or their, urban forestry could take this on, and
So I have a question. I mean,
they're
it's.
driving around a lot,
They are.
I like the urban forestry idea, because it's on a wooden post, right?
Yeah, and it
So
could be behind a
fits.
shrub.
It fits. So I know this is a hot topic in the city and among residents, and with very good reason, but there have been a lot of constructive suggestions and things that need to be investigated a little bit. And I don't want to delay this unnecessarily, but I do feel like it would behoove us and yield a better result if we continue this until next month and saw how everything gets written up. And I would actually like to hear what the IG has to say about these proposals, see if they conform more to what he was thinking and what his goal was to ameliorate the process. And then we would feel, I think, well, I'm deigning to speak for the board, but I certainly at least would feel like we had some concrete forward motion and steps in place, rather than, oh, this is a good idea, or that could be looked into, or, maybe this would work.
The only thing I'd say, and I guess it's a question for staff, what we're looking at right now is to give some type of feedback to the city commission, who will then kind of formally ratify this language, correct?
Correct.
So I guess question is to staff, but also to Tanya, are you comfortable with saying, okay, we approve this language subject to adding, notice provision or something along those lines?
I am not, because I feel like, especially given the length of the commission meetings, 160 some odd items, that things that are subject to being added or considered may not get the consideration that they are due. And so I think it would serve the city commission better if we gave them something that were fully baked, that we all felt good about, and then they could say, oh, okay, this makes sense, rather than they want this, but then this, and then they have to sort of rediscuss everything that we've just discussed, versus us saying, here's what we think is the best possible version of this, and proceeding accordingly.
Tom, do you see an issue if we continue this?
No, I mean, ultimately, it's, your role here is advisory, so you'll be transmitting the ordinance with a recommendation or unfavorable or favorable, as well as with some potential changes. Ultimately, the commission's going to have to make the policy decision as to what, if any, type of notice it would want to require. So, for instance, if it wanted to consider posting at the responsibility of the applicant, if it wanted to explore engaging with our vendor to write a program to integrate the residents' right to know with Energov. Those are all things that they could potentially give us direction on. I can't give you a recommendation on that, because those are both going to have budgetary and staffing implications. Yeah. And so even next month, I won't be able to give you a recommendation on that. So if you can certainly continue it, but it'll be the same ordinance that you have now.
Tanya, what if we transmit it with those two suggestions? And
I just feel like if we're supposed to be advising the commission, if it takes a month or 2 months for you to get a better sense of this is what it would take, this is how long it would take, and this is roughly what it would cost, That then enables the commission to make a much more informed decision, rather than them spending an hour relitigating this exact discussion. Because you're presenting them with, here's what we think would work best, here's how we think we can accomplish them, and these are the rough estimates for getting them done. We're an advisory board, so let's advise them completely, rather than passing the buck back up to them.
So your thought is that staff, you don't want to leave it to staff. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so let me say it differently. You would rather it be a holistic solution carried out here at the planning board before getting anybody else to, just giving direction and then leaving it up to someone else to kind of carry out our wishes.
Correct.
Okay.
And I do need to clarify one thing. We can't go out and do any type of significant estimations in terms of staffing or budgeting until we get direction from the commission. And so we would need to get direction from the commission in order to approach EnerGov and IT and work on a potential integration. If the commission at first reading wants us to explore a certain type of noticing protocol, then at that point, they would continue first reading, or they might approve it at first reading and then continue second reading 2 months and have us come back with better staffing and budget figures. But until we get that direction from the commission, we can't go out and start putting together comprehensive estimations on what the cost of these would be.
But there's a difference between comprehensive, like, quote me on this, estimates, to ballpark, like, we think it could take 6 weeks, and, we think it's whatever. But I just feel like right now it's too nebulous, it's going to get lost in the shuffle, and we'll end up with these as they are without any of the modifications we've talked about.
Why don't we just recommend both notices?
That's what I
let
would-
them
that's
enact
what I'd be in
both, or
favor.
one, or?
I think it sounds like it's going to come back a little bit vague, even when it comes back to us, if we don't get the ball moving. That's my only concern.
Right, but I hear, I've watched far too many commission meetings the last year, and I hear commissioners saying, and not without reason, where's the money coming from? We don't have money for this, we don't have the resources for this. So if we can give them like some sense of this is not going to break the bank, or this is a 6-week project, just as a little bit more guidance, rather than this would be nice to have, because I feel like the nice to haves might just get cut in the interest of.
I think we could recommend the noticing and put the onus on the contractor.
I have a concern. What if we don't do our firm recommendation? Will this go to the commission meeting anyway, and they'll vote on it anyway?
Yep, but it'll go with, well.
And they won't wait for us. And they
Your
won't wait
question
for
is,
us.
if we continue this,
Yeah,
it won't go to commission, right, until we address it?
No, you could continue it a month, and if you want to think about it some more, but what I'm saying is that the recommendation and report will be the same.
No, that's not the question. The question, will it still go to commission?
No, it can't go to commission until we transmit it.
Correct. So
If they're favorable or unfavorable, we have to transmit.
I'm leaning in Nick's direction that we make the recommendations and send it up.
Use both, Tanya. I think they're both great.
I can also tell, just in my experience, I think the board's recommendations are very clear here. So, as we do with any motion from the planning board where you transmit additional recommendations, we will advise the commission at first reading. It will be included in the memo.
Right.
Yeah, I think we just got to get it. I just have a feeling that your fear is it won't get the attention that you're trying to have. My fear is that if we don't do anything about it now, we're going down that path anyway.
Agree.
No, but I'm not suggesting we continue it for 6 months. I'm saying, let's take the next 4 weeks and add more onto the already overburdened planning department staff and have some preliminary conversations of, oh, this is a major thing to do, like it'll take a year and cost $8 million versus, oh, this is pretty quick and easy. Just to give a frame of reference. So that is part of the conversation that the commission doesn't have to have, because they can say, oh, look, we can do these noticing things, and this one's really easy, this one's relatively easy, this one's going to be more complicated. That's all, because otherwise, I don't think we're saving time. I think we're actually spending the same amount of time with less strenuous.
On the two forms of notice that the board has seemed to sort of gravitate around, one would be having an applicant post a property
And
for a
maintain
fixed
it.
period of time.
Yeah.
Assuming the commission was comfortable with that, that would be the least impactful. It would likely result in a little bit more procedural delays in terms of the issuance of the permit because the applicant would have to go through a different step. But because they would be bearing the cost of that, we would not have to afford extra staff for that. So that's something where if we could work that out from a legal standpoint, that probably would have a very minimal budget implication. The integration of the residents' right to know is something that likely would have more of a budget impact because we would need to engage IT and our vendor. And that's something where there's no way I could come back to you with a figure like that until we got direction from the commission on that. And even the commission, we would probably need a few weeks if we got commission direction to give them an idea of what that would
Let's just
entail.
recommend it, and then let them do the cost analysis of that.
Why don't you move that and see what happens?
And then the email notification.
The email is the resident's right to know.
Yeah,
That because the
that's the
email,
one.
the resident's right to know is an email notification. So if you're signed up for that.
No, so what I was thinking was there's the resident's right to know, but if you're not subscribing to that, if you don't know about it, you would still receive an email because you are registered with the city.
The problem with that is that we don't maintain a geotagged database of everybody's emails. We just don't have that information. So even to sign up for Residents' Right to Know, you don't have to provide your home address. So I think it's just very challenging to identify which email addresses would need to receive notice.
Yeah, residents' right to know is definitely the best way to communicate with people, because that's the only way that we know how to get in touch with them is through that. So that's the most informed way to do it. Otherwise, we're sort of guessing what people's email address is or isn't, and we wouldn't want to rely on that as required notice.
And Mr. Mooney, you mentioned one more thing you're working on, where COAs that do get approved by staff will be on the website
Yes.
someday, but not now, right?
We're working on that. It's a report that would be generated by EnerGov, and it would be based upon properties that fall within the boundaries of historic districts. And what it would be every certificate of appropriateness. So regardless of whether you got a certificate of appropriateness to install light fixtures on your commercial structure, an awning, a sign, new windows in a residential building, there would be a number of them. Now, we also would like to further refine that to be the more significant projects or create subcategories, but that's also a work in progress with the IT department. I should have more information by the time this gets to the commission because that actually came at the request of the commission. So that is something that we're working on diligently, but that would be for informational purposes so people would know that these approvals are out there.
Listen, if you guys are okay, I'll move it. With the two modifications, we have two forms of noticing that we recommend to the commission. The owner's posting and maintaining a sign, and then through the residents' right to know portal.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Jalpi. So that's to include notice by the applicant on site and notice through residents' right to know.
Posted and maintained, I think.
Posted and maintained.
Posted not behind a shrub.
No, we would have very specific criteria about the front of the property. We would have to develop and they would have to substantiate that they've done it in order to satisfy the requirement.
Right.
Okay, so the motion was by Mr. Jalpi, and who seconded the motion?
I did.
Elias.
Mr. Elias, okay. So roll call, Ms. Bott?
I wish it were stronger, but okay.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
Mr.
seeing
Moore.
everybody. I'll be watching the rest of the meeting
You're
from my
looking
office.
well.
So enjoy your lunch.
Good to see you, sir.
Likewise.
See, I almost made a joke that he came down from Olympus to visit with us, mere mortals, but, yeah. But I didn't want to put him on the spot. All right, so we do have some lunch back there, so feel free. I think we should just work right on through it. I know it's a tough thing to be chewing and doing your business here, but I think we should just work right on through. Anybody who wants to grab their lunch can grab their lunch, and we'll take up the next item, which is Planning Board File 220483, an ordinance on mobility fee waiver for restaurants and sidewalk cafes.
Okay, so this ordinance came about as a result of the pandemic. There were several restaurants that, in order to save money and reduce their sidewalk cafe fees, reduced the scale of their sidewalk cafes. So let's say a sidewalk cafe had 60 seats throughout the pandemic because tourism had fallen, people weren't dining out, they maybe reduced their seat count to 30 seats in order to save money because the city's sidewalk cafe fees are based on the square footage of the area that your sidewalk cafe operates. So now tourism is coming back, people are dining out again. The restaurants are seeking to increase the square footage of their sidewalk cafe to what they previously had prior to the pandemic. And so as a result, they are getting assessed a mobility fee. Because the mobility fee, which is assessed for transportation cost, is given, you get credit for your last approved use. In this case, if they reduce their seat count, their last approved use was their lower seat count. So now to go back to what they originally were, they would get hit with the mobility fee. So what this does is for restaurants where there was no change in ownership, they've continued to operate throughout the pandemic, we're allowed to look back at the highest seat count over the last 2 years. So we can look at their seat count prior to the pandemic, prior to their reduction, and give them credit for that so they wouldn't be assessed the mobility fee, which right now I believe is $903 per seat. So it's a pretty significant charge for some restaurants. So that's what this ordinance does. It allows them to look back for the last 2 years so that they don't have to pay that mobility fee, which in some cases is several $1,000s and is really a burden for some restaurants.
Is that fee a one-time fee or is that a yearly?
This is a one-time fee.
Per seat, though, it's expensive.
Okay.
So in some cases, it might be a new sidewalk cafe that opened in 2018, paid the mobility fee for 60 seats. The pandemic comes, they reduce to 30 seats, and now they want to go back to the original 60 seats that they had approved, and then they get assessed a mobility fee for those 30 seats
But
again.
at what point is it determined, like when they reduce their seating, at what point is that the date that the mobility is determined upon?
The mobility fee is whatever their previously approved BTR was, so.
Right, no, but I'm saying if they were approved for 90 seats
Right.
outside, and then because of the pandemic, they went down to 60 for a year, is there some point during the year where they go out and say, okay, this is the number of seats you have, and therefore if you increase, you got to pay a mobility fee? Like, I'm just trying to figure out.
Once they go to the 60, that becomes their current BTR, and so if you
Oh,
were.
so the
if you
BTR
were-
actually gets amended?
Correct.
I see, okay,
Yeah.
so it's the amendment of the BTR.
Correct.
And then last question, what happens in cases like for instance, and Sunset Harbor comes to mind because I live in there, but because of the pandemic, places like Lucali, Barceloneta, they actually were given street cafes by the city that they never had before. Are those included in this?
If that street cafe has a higher number of seats.
No, they never had it before the pandemic.
Right.
In other words, the city was gracious to give them what used to be parking spots that are now part of their restaurant, outdoor cafe. I'm just curious, are those temporary? Are those going to stay permanent?
I believe those are temporary if they're in the parking spaces. It's not the standard sidewalk cafe.
Okay,
That was
so
done
this
so
is-
there would be more outdoor dining. I believe that program should have ceased already where they're using the.
Hope not.
The commission
hope not,
actually
too.
just made a parklet program permanent, and I believe the cafes in Sunset Harbor are eligible to continue parklets. Parklets are sidewalk cafes in parking spaces.
So those are going to be permanent?
Well, not permanent, but the program is permanent, yes.
Okay, and so because they didn't have those seats before, I'm just curious, are they within this ordinance? Or is this only for?
So, under the parklet program, they could not increase their total number of seats inside and outside combined. So what restaurants did was, any restaurants that applied for and obtained a parklet permit, was that they took some of their indoor seats and put them outside,
Oh,
but it's
I
no
see.
net increase.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Do you know if the parklet permit would be the same as the sidewalk cafe permit?
It's issued as a sidewalk cafe permit,
Okay,
yes.
so then they would get that would
Okay,
count.
so it's all part of the same, okay. I mean, my 2 cents is I think it's a very reasonable ordinance, and I think we should do everything we can to help the restaurants prosper.
Is there,
Go ahead.
sorry, is there any review of the business's operational behavior before this is granted? So it's not just looking back at the last 2 years and getting the highest number of seats that were approved, but looking back the last 2 years, but also were there any violations? Were the cops called out? Were there problems with this owner-operator? I think if there aren't, there should be, because, again, we're trying as a city to upgrade our experience collectively for residents and visitors. And so if you've been a good operator and, everything is fine, then yes, this is great. If you've been an operator who's abused the system, then I think you should be treated differently than somebody who has done everything by the book.
So they would be applying for a sidewalk cafe permit to add these new seats. As part of the sidewalk cafe permit, I believe that is part of the check that there is done, and they do have to agree to operating conditions as part of the sidewalk cafe. Don't they have a?
That's right. They'd be subject
affidavit?
they'd be subject to all the requirements of the sidewalk cafe ordinance.
So
if somebody has been a bad operator, does that screening catch them and they get held out?
We have adopted criteria for non-renewal of sidewalk cafe permits to operators who have received a certain number of violations or who meet other sort of negative criteria. That criteria we're currently in litigation over that criteria. We've been challenged by one of the property owners one of the sidewalk cafe operators we did not renew a permit to, but we do have criteria for non-renewal.
Does it need to be restated here, that it ties into that?
This is really kind of far outside the scope because this is an amendment to the mobility fee ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, the sidewalk cafes are regulated outside of the land development regulations.
I had one question. I think it's fair, we shouldn't charge people again because it wasn't their fault about the pandemic. But I just had one question that Brian triggered in my head. Is it drafted narrow enough to ensure that no other charges in use are able to escape paying the fee that otherwise they don't deserve? If the inside seats were moved to the street to keep the same number, now what's happening is we have inside seats, we have sidewalk seats, and we have street seats. So they are going to pay for the extra seats. Okay, then I'm for it.
I just have, just for clarification, so you kept saying square footage, and then in the analysis it has per person. Is that there's a tie somewhere?
The mobility fee is charged by the seat, but the sidewalk cafe fees, which is a separate fee, and that's charged on an annual basis, is per square foot of the area that the sidewalk cafe encompasses.
Okay, got it.
So that's the sidewalk cafe fee. The reason restaurants reduce their seat count is because the sidewalk cafe fee is charged on an annual basis and on a square foot basis, so they reduce their seat count so that fee would go down. The mobility fee is typically only assessed once, but as I stated, we look at whatever your last use was. So when they're coming back to restore those seats, we just look at what they had the last time around. If it shows a lower number, that's all we give them credit for, and they have to pay that one-time fee again.
All right, and so this will have a runoff anyway, because at some point, a 2-year look back is not gonna, you have to do this now, basically.
Yeah,
This
basically.
is to be done now, okay. And then last thing, you're putting in this definition of legally established, and then, so items 1, 2, 3, I obviously understand number 4 based on your explanation, but 1 through 3 were inserted on page 48.
So those 3 were in the code already under the definition of mobility fee. We're just restructuring this so that it's easier to add to have the list and interpret what they are. But those were already there.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we didn't modify those.
I have no other questions. Are you going to move something?
Oh, do you want me to move it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we
It'd
just
be my pleasure.
move it with a favorable.
Okay, I make a motion that we move this with a favorable.
Second.
All right, it's been
Second by Mr. Smith?
moved by Ms. Durham and second by Mr. Smith.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? We forgot to open the public hearing.
Oh, we did.
Is there anyone on?
I apologize, my fault.
I don't see any hands up.
No, there's no hands raised.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so we'll close the opportunity for the public to speak, seeing no members from the public wanting to speak. And now let's take the roll call.
Okay, Ms. Bott?
Still yes.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Virgilio, on items 8, 9, and 10, is there any, these are talking about almost like the same type of thing, just in different districts within the city. Is there a way that we can talk about all of them? I know they have to have separate votes and motions, but can we kind of talk about them collectively? And if there are any particular specifics on either one, if you could, would that be fair?
Yes, yeah, I was going to suggest that we combine the three into one discussion.
Perfect.
And as you stated, 3 separate motions. Okay, so I'll go ahead and introduce them. So these 3 ordinances, PB 22-0485, PB 22-0486, and PB 22-0487. These ordinances repeal exceptions to 2 a.m. closing time for 3 different areas. The first one is for the CD1 and CD2 districts along Alton Road between 5th Street and Dade Canal. The second one is for south of 5th area, and the third one is for the 41st Street area. These 3 areas currently have a requirement that alcohol not be sold after 2 a.m. However, at the time that the ordinances were adopted, they included a grandfathering provision, a non-conforming provision for establishments that existed prior to a specific date. So those establishments were allowed to continue operating until 5 a.m., even though any new establishments that open in those districts would have to close at 2 a.m. or cease selling alcohol at 2 a.m. So what this ordinance does, it's very simple. It just strikes the grandfathering provision for those establishments. So they would be treated like a new establishment going forward. So let me just real quick the history of it. This is as a result of the recent referendum, the non-binding straw ballot question, changing alcoholic beverage establishments and sales, consumption, and termination time. So the first one, let me just specifically detail the areas that are affected by it. So PB 22-0485 is the CD1 commercial low-intensity areas and CD2 commercial medium-intensity zoning districts. The reason for that is because this commercial district is right up against the multifamily residential areas of West Avenue. So there are currently impacts from those existing non-conforming operations that are allowed to remain operating till 5 a.m. and we want to ensure that they don't negatively impact those residents that are located to the west of this district. The third one is in the south of 5th neighborhood. This is a mixed-use multifamily neighborhood. Actually, in this area, entertainment is prohibited. However, there are several non-conforming establishments which are allowed to have entertainment and are allowed to continue operating till 5 a.m. So this would require that 5 a.m. operation to go to 2 a.m. However, the entertainment component would remain legally non-conforming. And then the last one is 41st Street. The 41st Street corridor is adjacent to several single-family residential areas. And so if an establishment, again, were allowed to operate till 5 a.m., there could potentially be negative impacts to those single-family residential areas. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the 3 ordinances to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
And Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd just like to make just a couple of quick comments on our legal authority in this realm, because I think the questions come up, can we make changes to alcohol hours as to existing establishments? And the answer is unequivocally yes. The city has express statutory authority to change alcohol hours of service. even as to existing operators. We've done it in the past, and we expect that the City Commission will do so again in the near future. There is no vesting as to alcohol hours of service. There's no grandfather status as to alcohol hours of service. In fact, I sort of resist using the word grandfather when we're talking about alcohol hours of service. So you're fully within, your authority here to transmit an ordinance that would change hours as to existing operators. And the case law supports that broadly. There is not one case in Florida that recognizes that a business is vested as to their alcohol hours of service.
So when the commission was debating all of this, a lot of people were using the term grandfather. So you're saying that is not a thing?
I would recommend using the word, either exceptions or these are the commission as a within its legislative discretion in 2015 and in 2016, depending on which neighborhood we're talking about, excluded existing operators from the 2 a.m. rollbacks for those respective neighborhoods. So I think if you want to refer to them as the exceptions, as exemptions that the commission created from that 2 a.m. rollback, I think that would be appropriate.
And then, the Tallahassee takeover that we're constantly dealing with, they have, I believe they have legislation going through their process that would challenge this. How does that run? And believe me, I'm not looking for ways to not make this happen. I'm trying to insulate ourselves from any of their nonsense.
So I've looked at, but there are two bills in particular that I think you're referring to. The one bill that, first of all, we think that those bills, at least in their current form, are at least the one is inapplicable. There's one bill that addresses local ordinances that have certain financial impacts on property owners and businesses. That bill has an express carve-out for local ordinances that are authorized by law, and we believe that because we have express authority under Chapter 562 of the Florida statutes, that our alcohol legislation would be excluded from that bill. And then there's another bill that would require municipalities to do a sort of fiscal impact analysis on certain local ordinances, and without the bill in front of me, I don't want to give you a recommendation one way or the other on that one. But if that bill at the end of the day is adopted, takes effect, and requires a fiscal impact analysis of our alcohol hours legislation, obviously we would comply with it.
So I have a procedural question, actually maybe it's substantive. These ordinances pertain to establishments that were accepted from you said 2015? Okay.
Generally.
So 15 and 16, yeah.
So the ballot, what was on the ballot was voting to close all alcohol sales at 2 a.m. with exceptions. These are not the exceptions we're talking about, right? In other words, the commission was, based on the vote, is going to be given discretion to create what exceptions they want to 2 a.m. This has nothing to do with that. These are, in other words, I'm trying to make sure because the title made me believe that this was, that there had been exceptions established and that these ordinances would eliminate them.
Right.
Saying that citywide we're at 2 a.m. and that's it, no questions asked, no one's accepted. But that's not what this is. These are simply pre-existing grandfathered, I know you don't like that word, but establishments, separate and independent of what the commission may decide to accept from the 2 a.m. ordinance?
That's right, except that the commission may wish to accept, some or more of these. Right, exactly. But yes, the ballot question was broader.
Okay, so the commission is still going to address what, if any, areas they want to accept, regardless of this ordinance?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, but, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Joe Garcia, representing the Miami Beach Hospitality and Tourism Coalition.
And Joe, before you speak, give my best to your father. I haven't seen him. Is he? Well, we'll talk after this.
We'll talk after. No worries.
I just remembered. I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
that's all right. First off, Mr. Elias brings the point. And secondly, I think that the city attorney does a disservice by telling you why it's here. They sent it here because they want your opinion. And your opinion is important because they're moving forward on inalterably changing the city and changing investments that have been made in the city. I want you to understand, we are not in a point where we are saying that things are bad in Miami Beach. In fact, property is going up. In the month of December, I think the city posted its highest revenue ever. Right now, we have the highest average room rate in the country. We have one of the highest occupancy rates. And so we are now embarking on taking on the goose that lays the golden eggs, but we've decided to rejigger its intestines because we know better. I think this is a very dangerous thing. And to your point, Mr. Elias, I served on this board, and this is a thankless task. So you've been given an even more thankless task because you've been asked to give advice about what we should do. So let's talk about some of the places you're looking at. The Alton Street corridor that they are coming after. These are hotels that the establishments that the city has very few complaints about, that they are operating, they are very successful, and they are part of a covenant that was come to in agreement with those establishments to give them those permits. And they've been operating, with the exception of COVID, quite well. Some didn't make it through COVID, but they're reestablishing and moving forward, so they're functioning. And the whole idea that we're about to sit down and get an advisory opinion, I would assume that if you're going to do your role, then give them an advisory opinion before we change the context and composure of what this city is with a poorly worded referendum that said, we're going to cut off 2 a.m. in the entire beach with exceptions. Well, those exemptions, if we're going to create them, should have standards, performance standards, venue standards, artistic standards, whatever it is that you want to do. But before we go willy-nilly in reorchestrating and reorganizing this thing, we should first ask ourselves the basic question is, what are we doing? To give you an example, on the 41st Street corridor, the city, 2 weeks ago when they had the meeting? City Commission? Or a week
January
ago?
20th.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago decided that they were going to cut off 2 a.m. on Lincoln Road.
February 9th, I'm sorry,
February 9th. On Lincoln Road, they were going to cut off 2 a.m. However, 2 weeks or 3 weeks before that, they had granted a 4 a.m. license. Is it to Mila's, the restaurant that's there? I'm really bad at...
This board approved a modification to a CUP for Mila, but
So you gave the modification for Mila's because they're a good operator, and I don't argue with that. I believe they're a good operator. They're also expensive. I eat there quite often, but they're a very good operator. What's that standard? What's that criteria? How do I become? Am I a good operator because I'm not from Miami, or am I a good operator because I've been here a decade, like some of the people in on the coalition? What exactly is the standard? But when you did that standard, suddenly Juvia, who I believe is a good operator that's been working without any problems with the city and quite successfully, they got caught up in that new rule, so now they lose their 5 a.m. license. So I would suggest that before you guys send a recommendation, yeah, this is a good idea. That isn't why they sent it here. They were looking for you guys to give the substantive analysis that this body has to give performance criteria, to give standards, to give zoning discussions so that people who are on this bubble, which should all be here because this affects license, but they're not even aware of it. And so quite literally, it's part of what we have in this community, which is entertainment. It's why people come here, and it's why my group, which is composed of over 15 different restaurants and establishments, bars, nightclubs, are quite worried about what you're trying to do here. I understand trying to implement the will of the voter, with exceptions. Now you have to create standards because the idea that somehow this board or the city commission is better at running a restaurant or a nightclub, I will tell you, I think it's a dangerous place we're going to, and in particular, if we're going to do it, which I live on Miami Beach, I'm a fan of this place. I've lived here for almost a quarter of a century. But what I do know that if we're going to do this, We have to do it in a programmatic, systematic way to create standards and ways to review this, because we're getting people caught up here that have no idea and are quite successful operators for decades in this city.
Thanks. Well, so just to follow up on my question to staff, if this commission is still in the process of determining the exceptions to the rule, I'm just puzzled why we're doing this now.
It's a great question. So the reason why, and these are three components of a much larger discussion. There are several other ordinances that the City Commission reviewed on February 9th. The one, really the most comprehensive of which was adopted on first reading and referred to the Neighborhoods Committee for further development, the Neighborhoods Committee of the City Commission. That's Mayor Gelber's ordinance. Your review is limited to the three items that are before you. And the reason for that is that in 2015 and 2016, when the City Commission adopted 2 a.m. rollbacks in these specific neighborhoods, and those are the South of 5th neighborhood, the Alton Road and West Avenue corridor, and 41st Street, the City Commission did that in the land development regulations, which is why these items are before you. And so the City Commission, in considering whether to repeal any exceptions for the 2 a.m. rule in those neighborhoods, was required to refer these items to the Planning Board. Your review is advisory, as it is on any other LDR amendment, but your review is required. So it's required, and it's limited to the three neighborhoods that are before you. The City Commission did request that the Planning Board look at each of these three comprehensively and consider what other options in those respective neighborhoods if you're so inclined. But again, your role in the larger alcohol discussion is as to these three neighborhoods that are regulated in the LDRs.
Okay.
Do we have public comment on this item?
Sorry, no hands are raised.
No hands are raised. Anybody here? Yep. Come on down, please.
I apologize. Somebody just raised their hand when I said that.
And if you would, after you introduce yourself, if there's three before us, I know that's a general similar discussion, but if yours is directed to a specific ordinance of certain areas, because there's South to 5th, there's West, there's three different areas at issue. So if you're talking generally, great, but if you're talking about a specific of the three, please let us know.
Okay. My name's Timothy Wilcox. In the Alton Road corridor, I own a neighborhood bar called Dewey's Tavern. I've owned it for 23 years. I don't think I've ever had a police call there or any problems. I don't think we affect the neighborhood. It has an occupancy load of 60. It's very small, little Irish bar. And when this law was passed in 2016, instead of making a big stink, they said you're going to be grandfathered in, and that it would probably never come up again because you'd have to get 5 commissioner votes to change it back, or 5 planning board votes and go back. Since 2016, we've never had problems. I opened up in 2001 there. So you invest a lot of money. I bought that building, paying a mortgage over 30 years. 70% of my business is done from midnight till 5 a.m. It's people after work, live on West Avenue, walk home. It's neighborhood. South of 5th Street, I own another place called Ted's Hideaway. Same deal. 60% of our business is probably after midnight, all for the neighborhood. We have no neighborhood problems, no noise problems, no entertainment. I don't think holistically the way they're looking at the alcohol laws are very productive, because one type of business is totally opposite of probably where it's causing problems, and they probably should take more time to develop these things to where maybe there's more categories, taverns, things like that. And I just think it's being rushed, and for me it'll put me out of business. I mean, we couldn't survive with 2 a.m. People get off work at 3 a.m. We get emergency doctors from Mount Sinai that drink at Dewey's, and I believe at Ted's also. I mean, people get off work at different times of the day. We serve food, cheeseburgers, very simple neighborhood stuff. And to be thrown in with everybody else that has loud, very successful businesses doesn't seem like it's the right way to go. on a whole holistic plan for the city. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess my concern is that it just seems like to staff, you're just asking us to send a recommendation, blanket recommendation without any standards or any determination, without I know his establishments well, and I do know that a lot of employees get off work at whether it's Prime 112 or other areas, and they go have a drink. They have no entertainment. They don't bother anybody. But I think he's right, just to blanket everybody in the same pot and throw it out there. I mean, it just seems like the exercise the commission's gonna have to go through to determine the exceptions should also be done for these areas, as opposed to just a blanket, just because they were grandfathered in, let's just take that away.
Well, and you're free to do that with regard to these areas. So the ordinances that were referred to you are repealers of all of the exceptions
Right.
in these three corridors. But if as a body,
But for what reason?
well, that was the policy direction of the commission, was to refer those three items to you for your not only because they're required, but for your recommendation.
But, you know, just one quick second, please. If things are repealed now, the bars, like Tim's Bars, that would potentially be good candidates to be permitted to stay open, isn't there going to be a holistic set of criteria where people can apply?
Yes.
So it's not that they can't exist, it's that they're not permitted to exist as of right. They have to qualify by size or number of police calls, or, you know, whether or not there's live entertainment or anything like that, right?
Correct. And to respond to if I may, to your hypothetical, is if the board were inclined to allow existing operators in any of these areas to apply for a 5 a.m. extension under the model that the commission is considering, which has a detailed application process, performance standards and criteria, enforcement and penalties, then you could certainly transmit as part of your recommendation, and for whichever of the corridors, whichever of the neighborhoods, that existing operators be eligible in those.
So then the good operators like Juvia, and Dewey's Tavern and Ted's Hideaway that serve, you know, are different kinds of venues than the ones that are problematic. And to your point, Mr. Garcia, there are yes, Miami Beach is booming and we're all really happy to see that, but that doesn't change the fact that there are enough bad operators in this city that have brought us collectively to this point. So hang on a sec, I will let you speak in 1 second. But so these folks who are good operators, who haven't caused a problem before, who have been operating under, having been grandfathered in, would still be able to, and would most likely be, it wouldn't be a big deal to get permission to continue. They would just have to go through the process.
If existing operators in these neighborhoods were ultimately permitted to apply for a 5 a.m. extension of hours, they would be subject to the same set of guidelines that the city commission is considering, you know, for potentially other areas of the city.
Okay, but so you just said something interesting. So hypothetically, they would be permitted to apply, but if the commission decides that there will be no application process to grant a 5 a.m. Operating license, then we're being asked to make a decision based on something that we're presuming that could end up not existing.
Correct.
Well, but if the will of this body is that they be permitted to continue, so this can take a number of forms. That's why I think maybe the board may want to engage in a policy discussion first to see where the consensus is. Because if the consensus is, shut everything down in these neighborhoods at 2 a.m., then you would transmit what's before you with a favorable recommendation. That would be, that would be how to achieve that. If the consensus is, we want, some 5 a.m., but we want 5 a.m. to be eligible limited to operators that are currently eligible, meaning operators that were carved out from the 2015 and 2016 ordinances, then you could transmit as part of your recommendation, well, we'd like the existing operators to be eligible to apply under the city commission's framework. Or if you want, if the will of the board is the status quo, then your recommendation would be to transmit these items with an unfavorable recommendation.
Right, but
Just
Nick,
depends where you are.
regardless of what we do, the commission's gonna have to ultimately determine whether they're accepted or not, because if we send this with an unfavorable recommendation, that just means it'll stay the way it is. These operators will continue, but if the commission decides they shouldn't be carved out, they're gonna eliminate them from the exceptions anyway, right?
If the commission determines they should be carved out, then the commission
No,
would
if they
be-
decide they shouldn't. In other words, if we send this unfavorable, meaning we think it's fine the way it is because they're good operators, or we don't know whether they're good operators and we just don't feel, I'm just speaking for myself, right, saying, take away their 5 AM license. just
Right.
Blindly, blanketly, because they were grandfathered in. If the commission doesn't want them to have a 5 AM license, then even if we send this unfavorably, they're going to eliminate them from an exception, right?
That's right.
And if we send it favorably, then they can apply for an exception and the commission's going to determine whether they should have it or not either way. So to me, it's all the same thing. I don't see
Well,
the difference.
But your role, this is your role in any LDR amendment.
Right, but if we send it unfavorably,
Right.
okay, then to me, that's sending a message to the commission that we don't think these operators should be able to operate till 5 AM.
If you
right?
sent it favorably.
Correct. If we send a favorable recommendation, that's our view that they should not be able to operate.
Right.
And if we did that, then they would have to apply for an exception anyway, correct?
Well, if the commission
if
as
it's allowed.
as a legislative matter includes any of these neighborhoods in areas where businesses can apply for a 5 AM, but ultimately that decision is the city commission's.
I guess maybe I'm not being clear. No matter whether we recommend it favorably or unfavorably, regardless, they are still going to have to apply to the commission for an exception because the commission is going to decide who should be accepted from the 2 AM ordinance.
You're saying they'll still have to appear before the city commission and ask
Right,
to be
no matter
eligible?
what we
Yes.
do.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, Ms. Garcia, I know you wanted to speak. Let me recognize you before I say what I
Mr.
say.
Elias, you get to the heart of the matter, and obviously that's precisely the problem that you find yourselves in, because if this session is not mind-numbing enough, you should watch the previous city commission meeting on this issue, which quite literally, willy-nilly, boundaries were moved, restaurants suddenly came put on the bubble that weren't even there. And so, for example, we are looking tomorrow, there is going to be a reading whether we should close all restaurants at 2 AM at 16th Street. There's no criteria why 16th Street. I don't know what's on 17th Street. I don't know what's on 14th Street, but I know that on 16th Street, if I'm south of it, I'm closed. At the same time that this very commission, this very city, has invited people to come for spring break, we're closing everything south of 16th at 2 AM. I don't know if that's a good idea. We saw what happens when you close everything. Instead of the restaurant operators and bar operators and nightclub operators being responsible for the people that are there, it becomes a problem with our city. So what I want you to understand, if you send this with this favorably, what they're looking at in various forms before various committees, closing everything south of Fifth Street, treating Ocean Drive and Washington Avenue and Collins the exact same way for all nightclubs to be closed at 2 AM, no exceptions. They went to 41st Street and they decided no 2 AM, no past 2 AM, even though there's nothing operating there except the Forge, which is going to be reconstituted and has asked to continue its 5 AM license. They then went and moved Collins Park from the edge of Collins Park, they moved it to 24th Street. No criteria.
Wait, what does this have to do with?
It has to do with what you're.
I think you're off the topic, and I think.
With all due respect.
With all
I
due
know
respect.
exactly what the topic is. The topic has to do with this city deciding a policy about past 2 AM. And I am responding
No,
to.
this has to do with these bars and restaurants are in a 2 AM zone right now. So should they abide by the 2 AM? That's what this is about. And you can't even name one bar or restaurant in my neighborhood that has this exemption. You're talking about the whole city. That's not what we're here for.
No, but I am talking about what the city is headed to do, which was done at the previous commission meeting. Before you have 3 areas that have been exempted and are operating. There are operators that are good operators that have been doing work for years, that have not been brought up on charges, and if they can, the city should pull out the record. They're operating. And what they're asking you to do is to condone the closure at 2 a.m., which this very board approved, and that's why they are operating. So they're asking you to go back on what this board did.
We never approved them to operate. They had as of right.
No, ma'am. This board, when these folks are operating, were approved by this board
No,
at
they
different
weren't.
times in the past, and they've been operating since then. It was part of your responsibility as an advisory planning board to approve them. And so they have been operating within the law and within the context of what the city rules have been.
What was the ruling when it came to our board? Did it pass 7-0? Do you remember?
I can't tell you which one because I'm not representing anyone specific, but I'll give you an example. To the planning board, Foxhole is a bar that operates and has been operating successfully, except it closed during the pandemic, reorganized, and is now investing money to continue working. In this planning board, someone approved it. They got their license,
Never
I think,
came to the planning board.
2014.
It was as of right. They were allowed 5 a.m.
They don't have a, well, the attorney can explain that. I don't want to take his legal.
I guess, there's obviously a lot of interest in this issue, and I understand that. And I, we were all at the meeting on February 9th. This is a question of policy like any other for the board, right? So I think, what you're hearing is that in the past, that when the planning board transmitted the 2 a.m. rollbacks for those respective areas, that the planning board endorsed the carve-outs. And I would have to pull the record. I don't remember what the votes were on each one, but those carve-outs did make it into the code. The question before you is now whether to repeal them.
That's exactly.
I have been following this. I was the president of my neighborhood association for 12 years, so I know this like the back of my hand. And only on second reading, the last 5 minutes, did the commission decide to do a grandfather. But anyway, I understand what this means. This gives the commission a clean slate so that they can then make it fair rules for everyone moving forward on exemptions. If we approve this, all of the operators that are in a 2 a.m. zone will have to abide by those rules. And then therefore, moving forward, the commission can make new exemption rules that they all abide by. I'm going to vote yes on all 3 of these areas. I received many emails, as did people, I think the board did, from the residents. The Forge especially, those people, they do not want, I had a long conversation with, I forgot her first name, Jacob. She was the president of the Chamber of Commerce. She begged me in the past that the Forge, she didn't want them to have a 5 a.m. license. So I'm going with the residents, and I'm going to vote yes to remove the exemption.
So let me do this, Joe, because I do have somebody online waiting. I'll bring you back up in a minute, but let me have the person online waiting speak.
We actually two raised their hands. So it's Mario Bustamante is the first person.
All right, Mr. Bustamante, and then we'll come back to the chamber.
Hello, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'll try not to take too much of your time. I'm born and raised here in Miami. I've been a resident of South of 5th for 15 years. I own 2 units at the building that I'm in. I'm currently completely remodeling the second. And I just wanted to get on here and just show my support for Ted's Hideaway. I spend a lot of time at Ted's Hideaway, maybe a little too much time. I go there for lunch. The food is pretty good. I go there for happy hour. And yes, I spend a lot of time there past 2 o'clock in the morning. And I just wanted to make sure that you all know that it's a very good dynamic, a very good group that consistently hangs out there, conjugates there. And it's mostly, yes, there are tourists, but it's mostly residents of South of 5th, people in the business that work in the area, that there's multiple establishments here. And and residents who are also working the biz. Like he said, Prime 112, Prime Italia, the Stubborn Seed. And that's the dynamic of the group mostly that is there past 2 o'clock in the morning. It's a very good group. It's like they said, there's not a lot of trouble in that group. And I just wanted to make sure that you all know that it's mostly residents and people that work nearby that hang out there. And we'd all be, very disappointed if they had to close at 2 o'clock in the morning. I personally don't think that will work to the effect that you guys want. But hey, so yeah, I just wanted to show my support and make sure that you guys all knew that it was mostly residents and residents who also work nearby that are there past 2 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Bustamante, and I'll have some comments reference to your comments later. Next person.
Wayne Roberts. Wayne Roberts. And we got a third hand was raised as well.
We'll keep.
Thank you. No deference to Ted's. There was a vote. 57% of residents voted for this a repeal of 5 a.m. So you heard the residents loud and clear. I'm very, very. I don't always agree with Dan Gelber. But in this instance, he's spot on. And no deference to Ted's, but we've had robberies, we've had shootings, we've had Story open until 5 a.m. and drunks on the street at 6 or 7 a.m. knocking on doors. These establishments do not belong in residential neighborhoods. The MXC is less of an opportunity or less of a problem for residents than having these establishments in our neighborhoods. And the fact that these are closing in the MXC, or a large part of them, will send a lot of these people towards these other establishments in the neighborhoods, making them worse. What's more, these exceptions over the years has brought the image and the brand of Miami Beach down. And it made residential life difficult. And it's about time that this board start thinking about residents, then special interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. We have one more?
Keith Marks, and somebody else came after that.
Well, we'll keep it going.
Yeah, thank you. Keith Marks, I am president of Continuum on South Beach, Master and North, also secretary on the SOFNA board. I don't know if it's been mentioned, but SOFNA did give our position to the planning board, which was the same that we gave to the mayor in the city. We know that, and I don't want to get into names, but I will. We know that Story, Nicky's, and others are a problem. We also know that small neighborhood exceptions were part of the proposal in the ballot. If there were not limited exceptions placed on the non-binding ballot, then there wouldn't have been the word limited exceptions. I don't think anyone wants to put a long-time establishment that's a small watering hole, and by the way, we're very close, Continuum, to it. I don't think anybody who, in real terms, thinks that some place that has under 100 occupancy level is a center for disruption of a local neighborhood. When we looked at it, and we also had talked to a proprietor who was willing to give up all of his 5 a.m.s, which happens to be miles of Prime. He said his staff, everybody goes to these small little watering holes, of which there are only 2 south of 5th, and that is Scapegoat and Ted's Hideaway. I don't think that the intent is to put people out of business that have a small watering hole that are primarily there for people after hours when their 2 a.m. restaurant closes and they go over to have a drink. Nor do we believe that we need to open up every possible lawsuit that could happen. And I promise you that while we are 100% behind any attempt by Story or Nikki's to try to sue their way into this. We don't need to have other smaller, nondescript watering hole establishments join in. I think it's a reasonable exception. It is SOFNA's recommendation, and we hope that you listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Who we have next?
Wait, so I haven't understand. Mr. Marks is the president of SOFNA? Are you still there, Mr. Marks?
Mr.
And he's, so.
Yes, I'm here, sir. I'm the secretary, and we had a unanimous vote.
Okay, so
of SOFNA.
so they're in favor of limited exceptions, if I hear you?
Yeah, I don't understand. Allison Herman, the president, had sent this to the planning board. I thought it got to all of you.
No, I saw the letter, but I just want to make sure I understand. So you're in favor of limited exceptions?
Limited exceptions specific to under 100 occupancy. In other words, it is just a local little watering hole that is of nondescript nature. We think that's fair. We think that actually that strengthens the lawsuits against the big problem locations like Story and Nikki's. Although we're not lawyers, we think it is actually a plus in our favor going into court, as we know that the city will.
Thank you.
That at least we gave some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Who else?
Andrew Buckner.
Check one.
Good afternoon.
Andrew, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Buckner.
My apologies. I'm technology threatened. I just want to reiterate Mr. Mark's points. Ted's Hideaway is a really nice place. I work odd hours, and sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning, I need to have a burger and a beer. And my other neighbors as well. Couple of them are pilots that work weird hours as well, and they might like a burger and a beer. And if you put the hustle down on this establishment, it's going to have a trickle down effect that's going to be really ugly. I know friends there. A lot of them perhaps aren't homeowners but they live in the neighborhood. And you're gonna open up a home. It's not gonna be pretty. You know? I mean, when you're done working at the fancy establishments in South Beach, 12 o'clock, and then you have to do your after-duty work, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and all you want is a beer and see your friends. It's the other side of the world, and if you take that away from them, then I have no place to go for a beer on the way to the beach, or I can't watch my Bears games in other places. We need colorful places like this in Miami Beach. A dive bar, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner.
Thank you.
That's all we have online.
Okay, so seeing no more, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak online, and we're going to take comment from the chamber.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Neeson Kasdan of Ackerman LLP, representing 157 Collins Avenue LLC, which is owned by Miles Chaffetz. We are here to address the regulations for the South of Fifth area. I'd first like to just start by congratulating the new appointees to the Planning Board. I would also point out, and this is key to Mr. Elias's comments, that the highest duty and obligation of the Planning Board is to act as the planning agency for the city of Miami Beach. I served on the Planning Board for 9 years. You are one of only 2 boards in the city that were created pursuant to state law, which requires that each municipality have a local planning agency. You're that. So your highest and most important role is to advise the city commission on zoning and land use and the regulations that you adopt in that process. It is a much more important role than sitting over to decide whether there should be 2 or 3 garbage cans at an establishment or whether, there should be a longer queuing line. You are the legislative point person under state law. In that regard, you are now considering the alcoholic beverage hours limitation, and we have some specific requests with regard to modifications to that south of Fifth. I just like to mention that, of course, I think most of you all know Mr. Chaffetz. He probably is perhaps singularly responsible for creating fine dining in the city of Miami Beach many years ago and has remained one of the stellar operators to this day. In addition to the establishments that he owns, he also owns the property where Ted's Hideaway and Scapegoat operate, and you've heard about them. They are longtime legacy establishments which serve as low-impact neighborhood bars, frequented, as you have heard, by residents and hospitality workers in nearby restaurants. They are not attractions for people coming from out of the area to go there. They are for local residents and serve local residents and their needs later in the evening. You have also heard some SOFNA through Mr. Marks. And Miles Chaffetz has been in contact with the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association with regard to the 2 a.m. Rollback. SOFNA, Mr. Chaffetz supports, along with SOFNA, the 2 a.m. rollback, with the limited exception that I'm going to mention shortly, which would allow existing small venues with occupants under 100 that are fully enclosed to sell alcoholic beverages to 5 a.m. And by the way, with this 2 a.m. cutoff, it affects 3 5 a.m. licenses Mr. Chaffetz has himself, so he's sacrificing those. But he feels that these local, low-impact establishments, which have been there for years, need to be and should be protected. So the exception would allow low-impact alcoholic establishments to remain open if they comply with the following standards. 1, not to have a patron occupant load in excess of 100 individuals. 2, not have an entertainment or dance hall license. And 3, have a valid BTR, that's an occupational license, prior to November 1, 2021, with no outdoor alcoholic sales past 2 a.m. I've mentioned to you the properties that Mr. Chaffetz has that include those kinds of licenses, which is Ted's and Scapegoat. And so we support the resolution you received from SOFNA, and we would ask you to include the exception to allow these legacy establishments with the conditions that I have mentioned. We are here to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Kazin. Anybody else in the audience who wants to speak on the item? Okay, seeing no one else. Going once, twice. All right, seeing that there is no other desire to speak from the public, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. So I'll just say a couple things, and this notion of limited exception or the notion of exception is basically what I was to understand after speaking with certain folks about it and then watching the referendum. The other thing that, and I've said it up here before when items have come before us with regards to the pandemic and the low airfares and the hotel prices and all of that, we've just experienced something in Miami Beach that was almost like a once in a long period of time experience. And I think it kind of really shook the community in a way that it almost feels to me as though certain folks extrapolated this into the future. And so we have been getting along just fine. We had this extreme event happen, and then all of a sudden, it was we can never go back to how we were before. And so I've said that here from the dais, or as part of this board, and I really feel that some decisions that we make, and I get it. There was a referendum, It wasn't as high in terms of favorability as it was rejected a few years back to not do it. And so I just wonder, sometimes are we reactive more so than responding to really what would need to be very thoughtful changes to how we move forward. All that being said, there was a referendum. It did pass. It does have the limited exception in it, or it has the word exception. I mean, we've now heard today the word limited added to that. So, maybe, anyway, those are just my thoughts. I wanted to get them out there. I've heard some of that through the feedback from the community. And I know it's a very difficult task, but I just, this notion that we were doing just fine, very complete community in Miami Beach, one of the best communities that you can have in terms of inclusion of everything, whether it's affordable housing all the way up to luxury housing, local spots that you can go and have a beer or a glass of wine or whatever, to something high-end, supper clubs. We almost have it all here. And I am just, as a member of this board, I am just very concerned that we react. I just don't, me personally as a philosophy, I don't like to be reactive. I really want to be thoughtfully responsive to what could be a good policy going forward for the city of Miami Beach. So I've said my piece, but it comes up every now and then when certain items come or certain restaurants come, and then it becomes bad behavior on everybody because we got just one or two or a few exceptions, and then the reaction is like, let's bring the hammer down. And I just am not sure that that's the right thing to do in this case.
Yeah, I'm just going to, go ahead.
No.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. And also, I think it's dangerous to make just an assumption that if a venue has a license till 5 a.m., it's by definition bad for the residents. We had 2 of the 3 residents that spoke here in favor of having exceptions for these bars. So, there hasn't been I don't know of any history of any complaints or problems at any of the venues that were discussed today. So I just, I caution that just by definition thinking any extended hours is bad for the residents, because I don't think that's true. I think it can be, but I don't think you can just, they with a wide net, throw a net over every venue in the city. And, the fact that SOFNA supports exceptions, I was surprised to hear that, but it's a perfect example. That's a pretty strong and powerful voice of South of Fifth. So obviously they don't believe that extended hours are bad for the neighborhood for certain venues. So that was what's precipitated my original questions, is at the end of the day, the commission's going to have to decide who they think should be accepted for hammer. And I just don't want to be a board sending a favorable recommendation suggesting to them that we think everyone should be denied extended hours, because I don't think that's a fair message to send, especially since these venues have a history of compliance, good operation. They don't have entertainment. They don't have loud noise. It's just a bunch of locals. And from what I understand, a lot of employees that work in the city that want to go have a beer at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning. They don't bother anybody. So, but I also understand there are venues that have been problems. I just don't want to throw one net around all of them. I don't think it's right.
That's Bob.
So it's a rare day when I am in agreement with Mr. Kasdan and not with Mr. Brantley. But here we are. I think actually that we as a city, while we do have a little bit of everything, and that is what attracts most of us to this place, I do think we've been on a decline for more than just the last 2 or 3 years. I think it's been for some time, specifically because there are some bad apples in the barrel. So I think that the operators who are not the bad apples should be recognized as such and held apart. I absolutely understand the desire and the goal of kind of creating a clean slate by which the commission can then determine what the future of our city looks like in a non-reactive manner, but in a way that they can set out the guidelines for what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, how you can go about applying to be a part of what is allowed, and standardizing the requirements so that no matter how large you are still required to be as good a corporate or business citizen as your neighbor down the street. So I am a little bit in between where Gail is and maybe where you guys are. I would suggest that, because I know, as you said, Joe, the commission meetings have been painful to listen to, and I'm sure far more painful to be a part of firsthand. But it's a difficult decision because nobody is trying to be overly reactive. They are trying to do the right thing and set the framework for what will shape the city going forward. So I would say, and I know that the three things in front of us are specific to these neighborhoods, but I would say that the criteria, Neeson, that you laid out with a couple other would be a good starting point for this certain type of establishment that could be applied citywide. I mean, something like Bikini Hostel in West Ave is not where we're trying to go to, but having Dewey's down the street is not necessarily problematic. So someplace that is a low-impact establishment, fewer than 100, I would say even fewer than 80, and really make it a tiny little neighborhood spot. No entertainment, no dance hall licenses, a valid BTR going back so that you have enough of a track record to understand. And I would add to that, no code violations and no police calls. I mean, if you're a good neighbor, you're a good neighbor, and you don't have people calling the cops on you, or calling because there's too much disorderly conduct going on outside your front door. And that would then provide the exceptions for the small operators who are not causing the problems, because there are criteria that have to be met, and would allow the city to have some broader discretion to set the direction of where we all want to be going forward. So I would suggest that we send these with a, not sure if it's favorable or unfavorable, the way it's written, but say that the idea is great with this exception. This is one of the exceptions that should be carved out, since the commission is going to be working towards...
For South of Fifth or for all three neighborhoods?
For all three neighborhoods. And I would say, even as we start looking at the rest of the city, in North Beach, we have an MXC that nobody ever talks about, but it's there, Ocean Terrace. It's not a risk right now because it's in a pretty derelict state, but when that development gets off the ground, there's no reason why somebody like Liv doesn't open their own little outpost there. Now that's a bad example, they're a decent operator, but having some big noisy nightclub there that spills out onto the Esplanade and has people milling around drunk and belligerent at 5:30 in the morning is a very different prospect than Bob's Your Uncle, which is a quiet neighborhood bar that everyone loves and never has an issue, right? So I think these standards have to be held, I think they need to be held with an eye to the entire city, not just these particular neighborhoods.
You and I are in agreement a lot more than you think.
No, I know we are very much often in agreement. But.
So just on your 2 points on code violations and police calls, obviously that has to be, at the end of the whole investigation, not just because you had one, because I don't want people to weaponize that now against somebody.
Right,
I'll call the code so they don't get their exception. I know that's what you intended,
yes.
But I want to
that's a good
make sure that people don't weaponize that. Mr. Zimit?
So, a couple of things. Obviously, this is a very dynamic issue. I think that generally we have to weigh the needs or the requests of the residents to try and improve their quality of life. But I think that we also have to value that many of these hospitality workers that are either coming off a job, after 2 a.m. or even working in the jobs that are open until 5 a.m. are also many of our residents. So I think that it's really in our best interest and in the city's best interest to try and weigh the needs of both sides. I am not in favor of this recommendation. I think that there should be exceptions, and I think that the city has to figure out what those objective qualities are. What I would say is the 41st Street District specifically is an area that I did get a lot of feedback on, and that is the only area that I would be favorable with repealing the exceptions. I know that there's right now one operator, and I don't think they've been open for quite some time, so last I heard they might have even lost their BTR. Is that true, just because they haven't been open for?
They may have.
They may have.
They may have.
So considering the rest of the dynamic on that one street where there's only one operator and you have single-family homes on both sides, I am in favor of repealing the exceptions for CD1 and CD3 along 41st Street, but I am not in favor of repealing the exceptions for the other two districts, because I don't think that we should be, chopping down the tree just because of a few rotten apples.
In response to this question about 41st Street, how does the Forge figure into that?
They would be the only establishment that potentially has a 5 a.m. license.
And is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
The Forge? Okay.
But my understanding, I've heard it from many people that I've asked, they might or they might not have the valid license. Isn't there some type of clarity on that?
There is under the code, but I don't think a final determination has been reached. What I'm told is that they were keeping up their annual BTRs, but they haven't been in operation. So there hasn't been a final call yet.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Friedman.
So I think things have changed a lot in our city since 2016, and I think something needs to be done. Whether this is going to fix it, obviously, I don't think so, either of these. However, I think it's a good start. I think we've had neighborhood issues for some time in these areas, especially the south of Fifth area, and certainly on the West Ave corridor. I'm not as familiar with the issues on 41st Street, but certainly I think I'm also in favor of reasonable exceptions, and from what I hear, it seems to me like under 100 occupants is reasonable. It seems to me that the no entertainment, no dance hall is reasonable. I'm not keen on the valid BTR prior to, I think it was 2021. I wouldn't support that necessarily. I think that would push out potentially, other good operators to come in, the opportunity. But I do think that I am in favor of the 2 a.m. closures, removing the exceptions that were established, I guess, in 2016. However, with a carve-out for establishments that are under 100 with no entertainment or dance hall.
I am a little confused about the opinions given. You see, like, my head's spinning right now. I didn't hear one resident from the Alton Road or West Ave lobby for a 5 a.m. venue. We lobbied 7 years ago to make our neighborhood 2 a.m., just like Sunset Harbor is 2 a.m. with no exceptions. And 41st Street's probably going to end up 2 a.m. with no exceptions. And that's what we wanted too in the neighborhood that I live in. I guess I know my neighborhood better than everybody here. That's why I'm...
What neighborhood is this, Gal?
It's the West Avenue neighborhood. There are 9 exceptions. And I think 7 of those exceptions are restaurants that actually close at midnight. Tanuki, Drunken Dragon, Semolina. They don't even want to use their 5 a.m. license, but that's the way the license works. You can't get a license for like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. You just get it for 5 a.m. So if we take away their ability to stay open till 5 a.m., it's not going to hurt them. But what it will do is they could sell their establishment, and a nightclub could stay open till 5 a.m. It could be converted to a nightclub, which we don't want that to happen. There was supposed to be a nightclub in Out of the Closet. Out of the Closet is on the corner of Alton Road and 15th Street. And a gentleman was going through the process, and he wanted to turn a nightclub there. And we had just gotten the law passed to make our neighborhood 2 a.m. And then I actually met up with him at a neighborhood association, and he told me, I was going to have a nightclub there, open till 5 a.m., and, they don't have any parking or anything. And I thought to myself, thank goodness we got that ordinance passed, because he did not get the grandfathered in. Unfortunately, there are 9 that are grandfathered in, and they are a problem. The Sitches family owns a fourplex next to Bodega, and it's up for sale right now because Bill Sitches told me that he can't get people to live there because it's so noisy next to the Bodega, and his tenants are moving out. I forgot her name, but there was an Italian woman who's the president of La Fontana across the street from the Bodega, and she actually gave testimony, 6 years ago, begging the commission not to allow the Bodega to be grandfathered in. And I understand, Ted's Hideaway, and that would be okay with me, because it's the will of the residents, if it stayed open. But I do worry because of this rule about less than 100 seats. For example, the Bodega, in order to avoid going to the planning board to get a cup, they split the building so that there's only 195 people at the Bodega and 195 at Ricky's. It didn't get over 200. That would have triggered the cup for the alcohol and the entertainment. So if we make a rule for 100 seats, maybe the Bodega and Ricky's, now maybe they'll just split the building again. And so they'll have 100 and 100 and 100 and 100. They'll have 4 venues in a row with 100 seats in each one. And, so these are all loopholes that go through my head because I've seen it done. Residents getting, scammed over and over. So that is why. It's nothing against, Ted's Hideaway. I went by there, I did a little research. It's a nice place. It's a very gentle place. But I just worry about us making these rules. If we vote if we vote yes on these 3 areas for no exceptions, they're in neighborhoods. They're not in the MXE. They're in neighborhoods where people live. What's going to happen is, I'm sure this is going to pass at the commission. I'm pretty sure it's going to pass. And then the commission will make exceptions citywide where everybody has the same rules, and then that will come back to us, and then we can opine on the exceptions. I just thought it's more fair if we waited until we got the city-wide exceptions. It would be more fair for everyone. That's all. That's why I'm voting yes to approve all 3 of these.
Can I make 2 points of clarification to her statements? If I'm not wrong, when she talks about Tanuki selling into a nightclub, they're non-conforming. So if they sell, that's not possible, correct?
I think
if they're non-conforming and there's a change of ownership, they don't get to inherit a 5 a.m. license. My understanding, if they're non-conforming, correct?
I don't. I think that the new operator would be subject to the same hours. Yeah. If it's a continuous operation, yeah, I would think so.
Okay, and then secondly, it's not 100 seats, it's occupancy, correct? That's the operative term, not how many seats they have, but the occupancy permitted.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's, you understand the difference.
That's not in the code, that's based on the recommendation.
No, that's what I meant to say, occupancy. That's what I meant to say.
Can I ask a question? Because in looking at what was requested of us, they referred the ordinance to the planning board for review and recommendation. So we're not, and then the second aspect of it was that they are also requesting that we provide additional recommendations that they may have regarding the subject matter.
Correct.
So we don't get to say, I agree with this. I mean, based on my thinking, we don't get to say, I agree with these removal of these exceptions conditioned on the reasonable, I guess, under 100 occupants or whatever. We either get to say yes or no, and then we provide additional thoughts and comments.
And that's how we've done it before. It's either been a yes or no, and then we would send a companion item with the recommendations.
Well, you can send as part of your recommendation. If the recommendation is favorable, you can send as part of that recommendation that you would like the commission to consider the SOFNA amendment. That's totally appropriate.
Wait,
do it in one motion or 2 is
we
your
couldn't
call.
pass this on favorably. However, we recommend that the SOFNA exclusions be applied.
Or vice
Which
versa.
are-
Or vice versa.
You can unfavorably and say, so in the past, and maybe I'm wrong, but in the past, we've either done favorable or unfavorable.
That's right.
And then we have added whatever we want to it in a second recommendation, motion to it. Now, if you're saying that we don't have to do that, we can incorporate that all into one, then I just want to be clear on.
Mr. Chair,
on
may
my
I address
understanding
this
of that.
procedural?
I think you can do that as part of one motion if you want to. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Scott.
And I was just going to say what Mr. Kaler just said. You absolutely can. Your principal role is to pass upon and advise the commission on legislation, land use and zoning. If you feel that it needs to be amended in a certain fashion, you have an absolute right to include that. So what Mr. Kaler just says is correct. It doesn't have to be a separate motion. You should say you support it with these particular amendments. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
I would like to
We have
make
examples
it,
of that.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion and move it, which is that we pass the favorable recommendation with the exception, not the exception, but with the recommendation that the commission looks at carve-outs for low-impact neighborhood establishments with an occupancy load of less than 100, no entertainment or dance hall licenses, valid BTR going back to at least 2021, the end of 2021, and that has no history of violations or police calls over the last, say, 3 years.
See,
Could you make it more specific and say no entertainment license?
I said no entertainment and dance hall.
Okay.
I personally, I think sorry, Nick, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think it gets complicated with the police calls. I don't agree with that. You can have a competitor calling in police
No,
calls.
that's why I said over the last 3 years.
Well, right. I mean, it's kind of, it's too difficult to police the police calls, is my thinking. The other thing is I also don't agree in terms of the valid BTR prior to 2021, just because you could have a new great operator from, Coral Gables who wants to open up a beautiful output in one of these neighborhoods that everybody wants, but they can't because they're not.
But there are a bunch of other neighborhoods that they could. I mean, these are residential-centric neighborhoods, right? So they could be in a bazillion other parts of the city.
Well, I think, I mean, and all due respect, one of the reasons why the landowners and the operators who are there already are asking to preclude future BTR, or require BTR prior to 2021 is because they don't want new competition coming in and taking their patrons from them. And I understand that position, but I don't think it's our place to put that restriction. I don't think, if you want to say something like you have a good track record or you have the ability to prove that you're a good operator, fine. But in terms of only having these few operators and not allowing new good operators to come in, I think that's a mistake.
So I actually agree
wait a
with
minute,
that.
there's-
Hang on a second. I think that's right. And so the question then, maybe I can toss it over to you guys, is if it's not requiring a valid BTR before a certain date, what are the requirements that could be imposed to demonstrate a good track record
So
as an
just
operator?
one on the date. The ordinance today does not allow any new establishments, unless they existed prior to 2016 or 2015, depending on the area. There's a date established in the code. So by moving that date forward,
It's irrelevant.
it's irrelevant.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so then it just becomes a question of demonstrating that you're a good operator.
So, as part of the broader legislation that the City Commission is considering as an amendment to Chapter 6, which is not in the land development regulations and therefore that's why it's not before you, but we have developed a detailed application process that includes looking at an operator's history, the submission of certain operational plans, including minimum security requirements or off-duty, and a detailed set of performance standards and criteria. So I think if you're considering, and let's call it an exception to the exception for these lower impact neighborhood establishments, then maybe as part of your recommendation, you could transmit a recommendation that any carved out low impact neighborhood establishments be subject to the same process that the commission is considering as part of the broader discussion.
That works for me.
Just one question, again, because hyper-focused on the Forge. Do you have any idea what the occupancy load is there and what their specific license is?
I know that the Forge is large. I think it must be greater than 100. I would caution the board in.
And I'm not looking at their specific operation. I'm looking at their specific use. But I guess unfortunately for them, they're the only operator that could potentially do this right now. So I'm not looking at them specifically, but just looking at what that establishment could do.
I can tell you that it does exceed 100. I don't know the specific number, but I can tell you it does exceed 100.
But Yeshiel, they could build a wall and make an annex. That's less than 100.
But in that case, they would need a new BTR.
Which would change.
And the new BTR past 2 a.m. would not be issued because it did not exist prior to 2016.
Can I add one more consideration for the exceptions? That there's no outdoor alcohol consumption.
Period, or because as part of the broader discussion, the commission is considering a hard 2 a.m.
I think it's past 2 a.m.
Past 2 a.m., okay.
Okay.
Right, just so I can support this, I want to make sure I understand what your motion is, because you're passing it with a favorable recommendation, however, advising the commission that we believe that these venues that are smaller than 100 person occupancy and that have a good track record of behavior be carved out.
And
Because if that's your motion, then I'm fine with that.
And have no entertainment or dance hall licenses.
Okay.
And are subject to the same guidelines that the broader application process requires. And I still think it should be, some sort of review of any kind of violations or police calls that have been made. I mean, you don't want people crank calling for the next 6 months, right? But if there is a history, let's say it goes back 5 years and they've had 3 over 5 years, and that's a reasonable expectations. If they have 3 every month for the last 5 years, that's a different conversation.
So what I would recommend, if the board's inclined to include something like that, is violations related to their and they should be adjudicated, I think, because part of what the commission's looking at is adjudicated violations of the state alcohol code, like, for instance, serving to minors or serving past time, those kind of open container violations that are really linked to the service of alcohol. Because as far as calls for service, I mean, if Rogelio beat me up in a restaurant, that would be recorded as a call for service at the bar, and it's really not the bar's fault. I mean,
and
we
assume. We've had that come before us where.
Beat each other up? Sorry,
happens all the time.
Tanya, just to make you feel better, the commission already discussed that there are going to be performance standards going forward for any accepted venue. I mean, that was at a commission hearing.
Right, but, like if somebody like MA Restaurant is saying, forget all the other dance hall issues, but they said, we're fabulous, we're a late night restaurant, we should be allowed to stay.
Right, they have a history of I get it.
That's what I'm trying to.
I get it. I think maybe code violations, because I think Jonathan's right. It's hard to just make calls. I mean, people can call all the time without merit. I mean, that could be competitors, they do it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, when I say calls, I'm not literally like logging the phone calls.
Like a history of code violations.
Yeah, that's what I'm
fully
getting at.
adjudicated, right?
Yeah.
And adjudicated, yeah.
So, go ahead, Brian.
No, you go, I'm finished.
Let me just make sure I understand. So if we pass this favorably and we add these, our favorability is contingent upon these recommendations being included. I just want to make sure that's what I'm understanding.
That's what I support.
Okay,
You could state it that way.
Okay,
Right.
I just want to make sure it's not like we're passing it favorably and then, oh, by the way.
Yeah.
No,
We should think about these things. You know, our favorability is contingent upon these other items.
Right.
Okay. All
It's
right.
all together.
Recommendation subject to the following carve-outs.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure.
Wait, I wanted to ask my colleagues, why are we including 41st Street for the 100-person occupancy? Why don't we just take that off the table?
Why not?
What's the purpose of including it in the one, that's what I'm asking. Why should we include it?
So you're saying for 41st Street, we should just pass as favorable, and for the other two?
Yes. Well, I would also like you to take off West Ave, because there's not one reason, there's not one person advocating for it. Dewey's has an occupancy over 100, so it doesn't apply to them. So what's the purpose? I think it should be only for south of Fifth, since there were so many people advocating for it. That seems to make sense. The other two don't make sense to me.
The board can take them up separately if you'd like. You can take them up separately.
Well, we will take them up separately anyway, but I wouldn't support that.
I wouldn't, they knew, but when you say no one advocated for it, but no one advocated against it either.
Many letters sent to myself, and I saw everybody else was CC'd from West Ave asking to make this a favorable for that neighborhood.
Okay.
So
That's all.
Can I just ask
And just in terms of, and sorry, but just on that point, in terms of the resident feedback, you know, I don't think that the neighborhood associations in the Mid-Beach area have done a great job of really mobilizing, you know, the resident, you know, kind of feedback. But I can tell you, just as someone living in the community, many people have reached out to me individually, one-off, saying, hey, do you know what's happening? You know, please speak out for us, specific to the 41st Street district.
So I would just say, for the 41st Street.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
For the 41st Street district, it would be, having the carve-out or not having it would be irrelevant. There is only one establishment, and it is over 100, so it would not comply with that carve-out. So it's
irrelevant.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Which is why I had kind of those qualifying questions there.
And so, to the West Avenue question, so those handful of establishments that currently have licenses that go to 5 a.m., that are operating as restaurants and shut down at midnight or whenever, if they change ownership and it goes from being a restaurant to, well, something that could get more raucous than a restaurant serving alcohol for a late diner, they have to come back here for a modification, right, of their CUP?
If they have a CUP.
They don't have CUPs.
I don't believe Tanuki has a CUP.
So they don't, there's no way, so there's no sort of way to manage their expectations of what they're permitted to do until or unless they have enough violations that they get.
Well, they can't have entertainment, right?
I think part of your recommendation is that eligibility would not be, there would be no eligibility for entertainment establishments. So they could not come in for for both a change of use to entertainment and keep their 5 a.m. under your recommendation.
Right.
So that sort of provides the same.
Bikini Hostel doesn't have entertainment, and it's still pretty.
The bikini hostels in the RM2, I believe RM2 district, so that's not affected by this. It's the ones that are in the CD1 and CD2 district that are directly on Alton Road. So Ricky's, Bodegas, Drunken Dragon, Tanuki. Who else do we have? Ricky's, Drunken Dragon.
The Foxhole, there was a
Foxhole.
deli across the street from the bodega. That's probably going to come.
I believe Foxhole is under Drunken Dragon's operation.
So out of that list, the problem child there is Bodega? Is that right?
Dewey's is less than 100. Tanuki exceeds 100, so they would not, the carve-out would not apply to them.
I'm in favor of, reasonable carve-outs and performance standards, and therefore I second Tanya's motion.
Ricky's exceeds 100, so.
Okay, do we have articulated her motion accurately?
Can
That
I
it's
just read out real quick?
favorable with the conditions that the commission.
So can I just read the conditions just to make sure I've drafted them?
Yep.
The occ load less than 100, no entertainment, no dance hall, valid BTR, And I'll put prior to the date that's already in the code, because there's no need to bring that forward. No outdoor alcohol consumption past 2 a.m., subject to the guidelines that the broader application process will require for alcohol consumption beyond 2 a.m., and then no fully adjudicated code violations.
And I would just throw in there the phrase low impact, just to reinforce that these are low impact.
And Aurelio, just to confirm, again, 41st Street, so any new applicant would not be eligible for 5 a.m., even if they had a 50 occupant load?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep the same date, so I believe for example, 41st Street, we don't need to put the exception, but it already had, it previously had a date of 2016, but.
Okay. So any new applicants would not be approved?
Correct.
I'm going to recognize Mr.
The mayor.
The mayor. Yeah. See, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Niesner.
If just one point, say no fully adjudicated code violation. It is possible that a very fine establishment over the course of years could have one or two
I was going to get
violations.
into that. There's got to be a standard for that.
Yeah.
It can't just be one adjudication in 3 weeks. That wouldn't be
repeated?
fair.
I just
Using
don't
the
really
word
like the
repeated?
code thing. I know where you're coming from, Tanya. This and the police call thing is just like
No, I agree with
my
you.
problem.
I agree.
How about
I
we
just
call it
feel-
a good operator, like you said?
There's other ways to go through that process and to address, if there's code violations, you can bring them before us, or however the process wants to work. But I think it's adding an unnecessary, I guess it's clouding the other issues that are far more important. And I think the simpler we make it, the higher likelihood
Is-
that it gets passed.
So if everyone understands what I'm trying to get to, and calls isn't the way to do it, and now adjudicated code violations isn't the way to do it, is there any way to capture the good operator part of this? Because just saying, and is a demonstrated good operator, seems vague. Although that is exactly what we're going for.
That's the point of the new standards that have been implemented, I guess, the performance standards since 2016, certainly. That
And again, this is
all new
advisory.
applicants
So
have to.
what you're saying is advisory, so they'll understand that we want good operators. I agree that we should not tie it to code violation.
I have a feeling that the guidelines for the broader application process will kind of weed out the
Wash
bad
that out.
operators. Whatever that
Okay.
may end up, however that will end up looking, I can't.
Okay, so remove that as a condition, and then I think we're good.
All right, so it's been moved by Ms. Bott, seconded by Mr. Jelpi.
Can I just ask, we did have the BTR prior to that date, but that's it doesn't matter, you said?
It's been changed
Yeah,
to
'cause it's
the
2016 anyway,
pre-existing
so-
date.
Okay.
The
We'll keep,
2015,
we'll
2016.
keep the date that was previously in the ordinance for these.
All right.
Are we going to go neighborhood by neighborhood?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Do we need to?
Let's get into the
No,
end
I
of the day.
need to.
Why don't we
If there's consensus for all three, then we don't, but,
It
okay.
applies to all three.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody, does anybody have an objection to what we just moved?
No objections, provided what we spoke about, that there are no new applicants.
Gail, no objection? Okay, none? All right, by unanimous consent.
So then no carve out for 41st.
No carve out.
Okay.
Concerning
Well,
what?
so then we are treating the two of the, so maybe let's do a motion.
Wait. We're not treating anything differently.
They're all the same, no carve-outs
We're treating
needed
them all
for
the same.
41st Street.
I think you're using carve-outs differently. I think
They're
what
all the
was
same.
proposed.
All the same.
They're all the
applies to all
same.
three.
Same carve-out.
Okay,
Oh, include,
Yeah.
okay.
okay.
So
I mean,
there's
it
no
doesn't-
carve-out,
it's just
carve-out.
we can include it in the 41st Street one, it just won't have any.
You can take one vote, but we won't have a neighborhood carve out for 41st Street.
Okay.
How's that? Okay.
That sounds good. All right, so
Okay,
let's
so
do the
let me
call.
write that down.
Why not? Why do we not have one for just less than 100?
Because there are no existing, and so the date in the, there'd be no reason for it.
It's moved.
It's just
It's
clutter.
moved.
Yeah.
Our clutter in our cluttered code.
Just trying to make it simple.
All right, Rogelio, let's get this roll call on.
Okay, so we had a motion, was by Ms. Bott, second, was Mr. Jalpi. Okay, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Durham,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi,
Yes.
motion passes.
Boy, I tell you. That was a little tough. That was going around.
As it should be.
Absolutely. Let's take up Planning Board File 220482, Collins Park Arts District Overlay Entertainment Amendment.
That's the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this ordinance, we would like for the board to discuss the item and then continue it to the following month. When we were looking through the item, we realized there was an issue with the notice and we need to do a mail out for a portion of it. So we would like for it to be discussed and continued, but we wanted to get your feedback as long as we're here, in case you'd like for us to make modifications before the next meeting. So what this ordinance came about for two reasons. One is that there has been a desire for residential buildings in the RM2 district to have accessory art gallery museum type spaces, and the accessory uses described for the RM2 district are very precise, and there's no way to do that today. So this ordinance would allow for those buildings to have an art gallery museum type use within those primarily residential buildings. The second thing it does is it allows, it expands the district of what's called the Collins Park Arts District Overlay to include two properties fronting 17th Street and James Avenue. And this is for Casa Tua and the Comet Hotel. And they've had DJs for about 15 years, according to our entertainment definitions.
25 years.
And so, according to our entertainment definitions, that's not allowed in those sites. Code enforcement found them. Previously, the city was unaware that this was taking place, and they've had to stop their operations. So what this would do is it would allow those two establishments to have their DJ. They wouldn't be allowed to have any other type of entertainment. No bands, nothing else, just their DJ playing at ambient levels.
Right. Let me just clarify one thing, because I'm very familiar with what happened. When you say code discovered it, it wasn't because there was any complaints by neighbors. It wasn't because they were loud. It's because it was Halloween night. Code was doing a review of all neighborhood establishments to make sure occupancy was where it should be, and they noticed that there was a DJ at Casa Tua, which they've had literally for 25 years, in their private lounge, which is completely self-contained. And they just said, oh, no problem. You know, since we're doing a check, I want to see your entertainment license. They didn't even know they had to have one because they've been operating for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they realized that they needed and so Tom said the overlay stopped right before that street. So this is an amendment just to cross it over so that, like you said, so they can have some museums, art, and that they could have their DJ, which they've been using for 25 years with no complaints.
Correct.
And no problems.
That's correct.
I just wanted to be clear because I didn't want you to think that the code came out there because there was some complaint by the neighbors.
Yeah, no,
it was a
it
routine
was not
check on
complaint
Halloween for occupancy.
Mm-hmm. So with that, I mean, that's basically what the amendment does. At our next meeting, we will be recommending that you transmit it with a favorable recommendation, but at this time, we want to just make sure that the process is followed correctly. And we're providing mail notice to the properties that are within 375 feet of those two additional properties that are being added to the district.
Oh, I have a question. I looked at the map, and these two properties, they don't touch do they touch the Cando district?
No, they don't touch the.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird that it's saying it's an extension of the overlay, because they don't even touch the overlay. It's like they're like kind of far away from the overlay. So I thought that, but I don't have any problem because I think these are.
That's the reason we need the
justified.
mail notice is because they don't touch.
But I do have a problem with private applications versus commissioner applications. I think this is just two properties. I was just wondering, does the city have some kind of policy when there should be a private application? This, to me, looks like it should have been a private application. So is there a policy? Because it just affects, it's not for the public good. A commissioner sponsors a zoning law because it's for the good of the public, for the good of the community. This is only for really the good of a private operator so he can have more customers, make more money. So why is this not a private application, and should it be?
Generally, if it was just the addition of the DJ, it would have been, but because it included the museum component, which applies to the district as a whole and wasn't intended for one specific person, it's more of a city-sponsored
All
amendment.
right, that's a good answer. Thank you.
Well, so I understand the Constitua situation. Who else would this DJ, would we be giving permission for a whole new, slate of hotels or restaurants to start using a DJ through this?
It would just be limited to those two properties that are included in the.
The two extras that are down at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then would they also still have to apply to us to get permission to do that, or this is just saying they're automatically?
They would be automatically. I'm sorry. CUP.
They would have to apply for the CUP. Okay. I just want to make sure it's fair for the other places that are applying for a CUP. That's applies equally across the board for everybody. But okay, cool.
Makes sense. All right.
Motion to continue?
Second.
All right.
We have to comply with notice requirements, right?
Yes. Okay, so Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Durham,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
and Mr. Jalpi, I believe he left. So motion passes.
All right. I'm going to move that we adjourn. All right. So
I'll
moved,
second that.
unanimous consent. We are adjourned. Thank you to everyone who participated in the meeting.